Sounded like an echo in here.
Just double checking with Joe Russ back there. We're good. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have anyone online, Joe? Okay, thank you.
Hey, Steve, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Larry. Yes. Can you hear
All right.
us?
Yes. I'll keep mine on mute till I'm doing something.
Okay. Welcome, Larry, joining us remotely. The next item is attendance. Mr. DeLong, would you like to carry that out?
I'll do roll call. Certainly. Mr. Mundy,
Present.
Mr. Jones,
You're muted.
we'll take
Larry.
Mr. Jones as attendance.
You're
Hi, there we go. Got it.
Mr. Lake,
Present.
Mr. Piquel, here. Ms. Postlewaite.
Present.
Thank you. Next item is the approval of the March 2nd, 2022 minutes. Anyone have any comments or corrections to those minutes? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Postlewaite. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. They are approved. Thank you. Next items are continuances and withdrawals. Before we do that, let's first recognize that we are not using registered receipt requested mail due to COVID. We are using first-class mail, and I'd like to ask for a motion to suspend our rules on the use of the registered mail for notice to adjoining property owners.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr.
Second.
Lake. Thank you, Ms. Postlewaite. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you. On to continuances and withdrawals requests. I believe we have 2022-06 DHV. J. Gauger has requested a withdrawal. That was a petition that we heard last month. It was continued. They've now asked to withdraw that. I don't believe there's a representative here, is there? No. But they have requested that withdrawal. Could someone like to make a motion to withdraw?
Sure. I would move to withdraw docket number 2022-06-DSV located at 560 Beach Street, Zionsville, Indiana, 46077 from the docket.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Postlewaite. All in favor of withdrawal of that petition, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion is passed and withdrawn. Thank you. Docket number 2022-16-DSV, A. Dross, 305 South 9th Street. There was a problem with notice there. Is there a representative here for that petition? Yes, ma'am. Would you step forward, please? You'd give your name and address, please.
Sure. It's Amy Dross, 305 South 9th Street.
Thank you. And are you asking for a continuance?
No, I think I'm asking for a vote to be heard tonight if you're agreeable to it. The full list was not notified within 10 days. They were some parties were notified within 7 days. All have been notified, and we have received letters of support from several of those people.
You know that they have been received, or that you know that they've been placed in the mail?
No, they've been received.
You have confirmation of that from them?
Verbal confirmation, and we do have several letters of support that were provided after they received notification.
Okay. And how many of those received letters after the actual date that they were to receive them?
I'd have to check and see.
It is spring break, and that's one of the reasons I'm asking that question. There are a lot of people that just aren't home.
Yeah, the letters went out prior to spring break, so they should have received them prior to spring break. But I can look through my notes and see how many were delayed.
Okay. I also ask our council about continuing when we know that the rules for notice were not properly given.
Your rules require that 10-day notice. Your rules also say if there is deficient notice, you can continue to the next meeting.
If there is sufficient notice, insufficient.
Deficient.
Deficient.
Insufficient.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. And so the option of hearing the petition tonight is really not one we should take.
I think if you're satisfied that proper notice has been made, for example, your rules say personal appearance, waives any objection to notice, of course, but I think if you're comfortable, you could decide to go forward, bigger rules to require it.
I'll ask the rest of the board members, and if you can offer that assurance that we know that all those that should be noticed have been noticed, have seen those notices, and have had an opportunity to at least attend the meeting or provide a response.
That's correct. Several of the letters went out within 7 days. None of the immediate adjoining property owners were in that category. They had been notified 3 weeks prior. The sign has been up for the month ahead of time. The newspaper notice was duly published. So I'm confident that everybody that needed to be notified has been notified. And like I said, in some of those letters of not property line sharing neighbors, we have received letters of support for our proposal.
Any of the other board members have any strong feeling on this?
Only question, I'm scrolling through, did it get included in the digital package then, since they didn't get notice out?
It did, or at least it's in the agenda under new business. It's in the printout packet, Larry.
Yeah, but I've just got the online. That's my, trying to go back through and read through if it's in.
We received additional letters of support after the initial packet went out. So we probably have follow-up emails with those additional letters of support.
But to Larry's specific question, that docket number would have been in the digital online copy that we could have downloaded.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'll ask it a little differently. Did we get a paper copy of that?
Yes.
Yes.
So I guess I would make a motion to go ahead and hear docket number 2022-16 DSV A Dross, 305 South 9th Street, Zionsville, Indiana, 46077 at tonight's meeting.
Second.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lake and Mrs. Postaway. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. All right, we will hear your petition then. The next listed in the continuance list is 2022-10-DSV A Worcester. Is there a representative from the Worcesters here?
Devin Brown with Denton's Bingham Greenbaum LLP, 2700 Market Tower, 10 West Market Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46204. Here representing petitioner Al Worcester for docket 2022-10-DSV. We'd like to request a continuance to the May 4th, 2022 meeting. The petitioner is working on commitments with a couple of neighbors and just request some more time to come to an agreement on those.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to continue this petition?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Postaway. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It is approved. Thank you. We'll see you in May. Next is Docket 2022-03-UV D Marlowe 8280 East 200 South. This is a adoption of negative finding of facts. The case was heard at the March 2nd meeting. You should have all received those findings as facts. I will point out there is one error in there. The third paragraph, near the end of that paragraph, the sentence reading, the parcel is improved with a single family dwelling and 2 large pole barns. That should read 1 large pole barn. So that will be corrected in the finding of facts that are signed. So, Suzanne, are you going to send that down then? Okay.
I'll make that correction. and
That
send
will be
down.
coming for your signature. And the last item, 2022-05-M, J Davis, 8150 East 550 South, Zionsville.
I am Jay Davis at 8150 East 550 South in Zionsville. My petition before the board is in January of 2020, we purchased a piece of property from Risa Pabst. That property was a 2-acre parcel. There were some commitments made for that parcel when they split it off because there was a couple of neighbors who were concerned about drainage and runoff. And so we built a house on the property last year. And then in the, I guess, the summer, began completing the drainage commitments that were part of that original commitment that I think you have before you. We met with representatives of, I guess, the building inspector, and then some people from Zionsville Planning and Zoning, some of the staff members, and then also somebody from Boone County. We explained, along with our builder, and explained what we had intended to do. They thought that would potentially satisfy, but that we may have to come back and ask for a modification. So what we did specifically was we installed a 6-inch curtain drain down the eastern portion of the property that outfalls to the south to a common drainage swale along 550. And then to that, we also connected the downspouts from the house. So via a 4-inch corrugated pipe to empty those into that, to also get that same water down to the drainage swale. And according to the commitment, there should have been a separate, I guess, side by side pipe installed to those to get that water down there to the common drainage swale. And so what we're asking for here is a modification to that commitment, basically allowing us to use that 4-inch pipe connect to the 6-inch pipe to get the water out to the drainage swale along 550. We had the original engineer, Gary Ladd, who did the original engineering work when they separated the parcels. He came back out and looked at what we had done and just put his, I think he provided us a letter of support. I also met with Jim Paddock, Jim Paddock, who was the concerned neighbor at the time. He saw the work that we did there last summer. And I met with him and asked him if he was satisfied. He indicated he was, that he also was going to do some work there this year for his driveway, I guess, to raise it up. And so that's where I'm at, just asking for a modification to the commitment.
Okay, thank you. Larry, you may remember this one. You and I were both sat through the originals here. So are there any questions for the petitioner from the board?
That's the
Seeing
question I
none.
have. Do we have any documentation of what was actually done?
Yes, it should be in the packet there.
We have the letter from Gary Ladd, the engineer, who was the original engineer as well.
Yeah.
The home's been completed how long?
Sorry,
The home has been completed for how long?
June of last year.
So you've had a little time and some weather to test it.
We had a lot of rain in November and December, and it performed very well. Yeah. Although it does take a lot of water because it's a 5-inch trench. And it had aggregate in there, and then of course got the corrugated pipe in there. So it takes a lot of water, but it does flow well onto 550 into the ditch. Anyway, on 550.
But you were aware what the commitment was that was supposed to be done, correct?
We thought the way we interpreted it was that you could use the one pipe to get it all the way down there. We didn't read it as if both of them were required to get it like, and even when I looked at the drawing, it only showed one pipe going out to the drawing that was provided in there. Only showed one pipe that ran out to, originally, I think it was, it indicated that it had to be cut into and dump it into the 24-inch corrugated pipe. And Boone County advised us we weren't going to cut their pipe now or ever. So we emptied it out into the drainage ditch out there. And then the drainage ditch actually has a 12-inch birdcage drain in it where the water goes to and then drains down to the creek.
Like I said, the core issue was the property owners to the north were concerned that additional runoff from whatever was built on the parcel that was under 2 acres, that we'd make sure there was a functioning drainage system provided to pick up that water, because there's also water that comes off properties to the north from owners that weren't really complaining. So
the house was built toward the south end of the property and not the north end.
well, nothing personal. I don't really care where the house was built. My point is, we did everything we could do to provide a scope of what we were expecting that allowed the existing property owner to cut off a parcel that didn't meet our 2-acre requirement.
Our property's 2 acres.
Well, the remaining parcel that was left
Okay.
over was under 2 acres, so it
Okay.
created a problem over there. And so what we fully expected to see was a functioning drainage pipe put down that property line that would alleviate that issue that seemed to be up in that northwest, or I guess it'd be the northeast corner of the property. It's where that driveway that comes in and curves around.
Right.
Once again, we, the BZA, do our best to outline what we expect, because we expect people to do it. I am not a fan of having to grant relief because somebody didn't interpret it right after the fact. And I don't,
So what we're
I'm
asking for is
scrolling
not a
through here.
modification to the perimeter or to the infiltration ditch, the curtain drain. We did that completely as required. What we're asking for is that instead of a separate perimeter drain, we tied all of the downspouts on the house to the infiltration ditch drain, and the water runs out to 550. We just didn't run a separate pipe side by side with the other one. The engineer looked at the size of the pipe and calculated the water flow that runs off the roof into the pipe and calculated that it can handle the water flow. So
You put a drain tile around the septic field.
I'm not 100% certain. I sent the septic diagrams and those types of things to Gary Ladd, the engineer, and he looked at those before he wrote his letter.
I guess this is the problem with me being on it, just downloading off the internet. All I've got is about 2 site plans and some verbiage. I don't see any of the letters from anybody. Is it in here somewhere that I'm missing?
It was in the electronic copy that I was provided, but
I think the only thing, Larry, was a letter from the engineer stating that he had been out and looked at and calculate the capacity of what had been done and felt that it would take care of all the water issues. Should be, I think it was just a 1-page letter, as I
it was a
recall.
1-page with an aerial that was attached to it indicating where the drains had been installed.
And do we have any documentation that the adjoining property owner that we were trying to give consideration to has accepted this?
Well, we haven't asked for if there are any remonstrators here yet, so we don't know if that person has got a concern or not.
Yeah.
It seems to me that the question would be, if you made the decision to modify what had been outlined, even though we're talking, you're confident that the modification that you made is sufficient for the problem, that it might have been advisable to discuss that with somebody prior to making that decision.
We
on
did
your own.
in July of last year when we had members of the staff here. I think Brian, And there were two other guys that were with him, along with somebody from Boone County. They came out and met with me and the builder and the contractor that was going to do the work. And we explained what we were going to do at the time. And no one said, no, that doesn't work, or it doesn't meet the requirement. When I completed the work with the contractor that we hired to do the work, I advised Brian that we were done. And so he asked me, what we had done, and I explained to him. And when I mentioned to him that we connected the downspouts to the perimeter drain, or to the downspouts to the curtain drain with a 4-inch pipe, he said that doesn't work for the commitment. You'll need to get a modification. So
But
that's,
it's not their responsibility when they come out there initially to know what your commitments are. Make sure you're designing into the commitments. That's your responsibility.
sure. And what we'd asked him was, we tried to find out from them what the concern was, right? We want to solve the problem. And so we asked them what the concern was, and they told us about the concern with the water on the right side of the property. I've spoken with Mr. Paddock, who was the original complainant when they, I guess, decided to split the property, because he owns the property that has the driveway along that eastern edge, and with the home that's at the back, kind of the flagship or whatever lot that's right there. And he was satisfied with the work that we've done, and he drives down the driveway every day. So
The challenge is you've decreased your ability to drain water by half.
I've done what, sorry?
You decreased your ability to drain water off that side of the site by half, because you're supposed to have 2 6-inch pipes, correct?
Correct,
Side by side, and you only have one.
correct.
So you're putting all that water into 1 6-inch pipe, which is half of the capacity that we ask you to have.
Correct, but that pipe's not even full of water. Even when it rains as hard as it'll rain in November, December, that pipe was never it solves the problem. There's no water that runs off the right side of that property. Not only that, we put a bunch of landscape and rocks and stuff over there on that right side of the property too, but so the curtain drain was installed exactly from where it's drawn on the map. We just didn't realize there had to be a separate pipe that ran out to the road.
Any other questions for the petitioner? Thank you. Are there any remonstrators here who would like to speak on this petition? Seeing none, can we get a staff report?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Davis did a nice job summarizing the request. I'd like to provide a few additional details, maybe to help clarify, especially for those commission members or appeal commission members that weren't here when it initially came through. So just to touch briefly on the history of the petition. Back in 2018, there was a landowner had more than a 3-acre piece of ground that wanted to split it, resulting in a 2-acre piece and a piece that was less than 2 acres. And the minimum acreage requirement is 2 acres. That required them to come in and ask for a variance to permit that less than 2-acre lot. The less than 2-acre lot is the one that was retained by the owner, and they sold off the 2-acre lot to Mr. Daniels a couple of years later. When they came in for that variance, though, to permit the less than 2-acre lot, that's when questions about the drainage came up, and the BZA required these commitments be established that applied to the 2-acre lot, which was in compliance with size, not the 1 acre, not the less than 2-acre lot that was requiring the variance. So, and at that time, there was not a home that was proposed to be or had been designed to go on that parcel. And the petitioner at that time, the previous owner, contracted with Ladd Engineering out of Lebanon to develop a drainage plan for this 2-acre parcel, because a neighbor had expressed concern about water flowing over their adjacent drive. Ladd Engineering came up with the did the calculations based upon a proposed home, and it was those recommendations that made it into the commitments. That's what was recorded. Since then, the property was sold to Mr. Davis, designed a home, has constructed it. He went back to Ladd Engineering when he was aware that what had been installed was not in compliance with commitments. And they asked Lad Engineering, based upon the home that we now have and information that I can now give to you, what has been installed, is that sufficient? Does it meet the intent of the commitments? Lad Engineering has reviewed the information. They provided the stamp letter back to us saying that based upon their information and what they know and what they've done, it does now meet, even though it is not what is installed is not what was proposed. You've said that what has been installed does meet the intent of what was needed for it. So based upon that information, and somewhat of history that we know of the rains that we did receive, staff is in support of the request to modify the commitments. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for staff?
I do have a question. You mentioned that what was installed was not what was proposed, but actually what was installed was not what was required. Is that fair to say?
I'm sorry, then I misspoke. Yes, what was required out of the commitments, what was installed was not exactly what was in the commitments.
To be required, a
Yes.
requirement.
Yes.
Any other questions for staff?
When you built the home, you went through plan review through the town, am I right? They approved your drainage plan?
That's correct. They approved the plot plan, and then the health department, of course, approved the well and the septic plans as were outlined.
As it was built,
Correct.
not according to the requirements that were given by the BZA.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Did you follow what the BZA required on the property when you designed the home?
We shared the commitment with the builder and with house engineering who did I think the engineering for the septic and the wells. So that was shared with them.
Okay. And then you went through the design, town approved the design
That's correct.
with the drainage that you had proposed.
That's correct. But I don't think the building department knew specific, I'm not sure how much the building department knew. I don't even know if the building department knew there was a commitment there, honestly.
I don't know. I was not part of the permitting process. So I just know that at some point parties became aware that there were commitments for this piece of ground. And that's when the town and Mr. Davis got together and recognized that what was being proposed and installed was not exactly what was specified in the commitments.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So what we have, I think, is that the commitments were not fulfilled, but the source of the commitments, that is the proposal that Lad Engineering provided to take care of the problem, has now said that what has been done is sufficient to manage the water so that it doesn't just offload on the neighbor. You can take this one of two ways, I guess. You can say the principle has not been met and we're not happy when it's not, or that the expert has said it's good enough to work and let's move on. I think we're at that point.
Well, I'm no drainage expert, don't profess to be, but it may be a situation in which it works until it doesn't. And that is what is concerning to me. And then, so if there is a problem that arises because of the fact that, as one of my colleagues mentioned, you essentially have half the capacity of what had been originally stipulated, what then happens? Then will they be made to go back and do the appropriate work that was required and essentially should have been done in the beginning? So.
Well said. Drainage problems they're fine until they don't work.
Yeah.
And I'd like to add, I mean, you can go downtown Zionsville and find 100 different properties that have had a need expressed, laid out, built, not met, passed on, and now 20 years later, people are still trying to figure out where it's coming from. So you can see the problem that we're in.
Yeah, also, it's not clear to me whether you knew about these commitments and made the decision to not do them, or whether you were not aware of the commitments and had the design made and you then used the advice that you were getting at the time you were building the house.
I wasn't aware that there was a second drain required. And then when I looked on, when the builder and I both looked on the commitment itself, the drawing that's in there, it just showed one drain all the way out to the road. And so that's what we thought. We thought when we were doing it, that we were doing it the right way, the way you wanted it done.
Well,
But
okay.
sure.
Let's go back up and look at a few things. One, like I said, what we did back in 2019, trying to help the property owner get her parcel split and address the issues of the adjoining property owners. Number one, it was recorded as an instrument. I'm assuming it shows up on your title work, correct?
No, it did not.
So instrument number 2019007-109 as recorded July 26, 2019 was not recorded.
I don't know if it was recorded or not, but it never showed up on the title work when we bought the property, nor when we did the mortgage and did the construction loan to build a house.
So then that falls back on the town of Zionsville. We need to, if we're going to put kind of language that something's going to be recorded and run with the property, we need to have some sort of check and balance. Because technically, if they told us that did, then.
Larry, I think that was recorded here. The copy we have shows the county recorder's stamp on there.
All right.
That they recorded it. Now, that doesn't mean it got the deed, but it does mean it was recorded with the county recorder.
That's what a title company's job is to do, is to find these and convey them as they go down through the title chain. The second issue is, as you read through it, it talks about using 4-inch solid pipe. You said you've used all flex, correct?
Correct.
Which means, once again, to address the question we just made about, well, it works till it doesn't. You now have a system you can never clean.
No, it has clean outs because we install clean outs.
Yeah, but you can't clean a corrugated pipe. If it gets clogged full of roots or something else in there, you can't go back and do anything. So we had some specific requests that we made that didn't get made. So we didn't get our red pipes. We didn't get the pipes put in we asked for. We're not sure that, I don't know. This situation handicaps the town of Zionsville from ever trying to grant anyone any consideration, because we end up here. So we might as well not do it. This parcel should not exist. Sorry.
So to play the other side of that, I was reading the commitments, and unless you marry up the exhibit that has the site plan with the detail that is the alternate to a drainage swale, which has the 6-inch pipe in it, and then take that separately, which you may or may not, from the other commitment that talks about the downspouts, it likely is pretty easy to end up where the homeowner ended up, or the homeowner's designer ended up. I do have the same concern Larry does about a 4-inch corrugated pipe, because I just paid $8,000 to replace one under my driveway, because you can't clean them out. Can't do it. When they get roots in it, they're done. So yeah, I share that same concern.
I agree. I think that this was a little bit complicated to begin with, and it would have made it very difficult for the builder or the homeowner to have recognized that they weren't meeting the requirement. And someday this probably will be a problem for most likely your neighbor.
Well, I did offer, because Mr. Paddock's doing some work along that driveway this year, and offered to assist or invest. And the easiest way, if there is a problem, the easiest way is to actually put a retention wall with a drainage pipe behind the retention wall, because this property is always, this is the highest point on that entire stretch of road. We have the highest property, elevation wise anyway. So water has always shed off of this property. Even before we put a house on it, it was shedding.
If you're willing to invest in your neighbor's property, then why not just go ahead and build it the way it was?
So it'd be $57,000 to go back in and dig under the driveways and under the sidewalks and tear up all the dry creek bed that we installed to be able to put a perimeter drain around the house. So I would, if that's the case, I'd rather just put in a retaining wall along that edge, because that'd be half the price. That essentially has to tear up all the landscaping and hardscaping and stuff that was done around the house.
So is it, I'm just going to throw this out as a thought. Is it possible to grant the modification with the contingency that should a problem arise in future, that the recourse would be to do what was originally stipulated in the commitments, or is that not done?
Probably a legal question. Perhaps another way to address that would be, could we give relief on the modification, but require that there be a secondary modification in the event that something happens that the Davises would be, or the homeowner there, whoever it might be at that time, would be responsible. But I'll turn to our counsel.
Well, to answer the initial question, I think you could do it that way. I don't think I would recommend it though. Just
Right.
kind of leaving it up in the air that someday if there's a problem, according to someone, it is too many questions out there.
That's reasonable.
Any other questions or thoughts? Great ideas.
Well, this seems so binary, either yes, okay, we grant this, and then whatever happens, it just in future just happens, or no, in which case the homeowner is made to find some solution that will be acceptable to the BZA and that commitment. That seems very binary. I don't know if there's any middle ground in those two things, so.
Yeah, I'm not sure, other than another commitment, which would say that something else that doesn't require the things that Mr. Davis had mentioned in order to make it fit the initial requirements. But that really, I think, is a study, or, it's not something we're going to be able to come up with tonight.
You
and
could
put in
continue
place.
it and give them the chance to come back with what they would propose as a remedy, if you will, and then vote on it based on that. So you've got a hard solution versus a theoretical solution.
That sounds like a reasonable approach to me.
If in fact it does fail, the person who is harmed is your neighbor. It's not the town of Zionsville. It's not really even you, because you probably live with it. It's going to be your neighbor. Yeah.
Do you have a basement in the house?
Yeah.
So if the perimeter drain failed, it would be him. If the drain running along the property line was short of capacity, it would be the neighbor.
Right.
But to your point, in no instance would it be the town.
I do feel like there was a miscommunication somewhere. I mean, how you got approved with a BZA ruling is.
And Andy, I can help with that. When we create a set of commitments that get attached to the property, it's really the property owner's job to make sure it gets done. The building inspector, one, for residential work, you're really not required to have an architect or an engineer or even anybody's stamp on the drawings. I mean, Chris, that's still correct, right?
That is correct, yes.
So when the town of Zionsville inspectors go out to look at things, the last thing they're paying attention to is subsurface drainage that was part of a commitment that's attached to why the lot even exists. It just isn't on their purview, and there is no requirement that information be actually included in the drawings that the inspector's looking at. So the town of Zionsville doesn't really have a way to enforce it other than what we're doing. And the second problem we have, the BZA, we can't specify a fix as part of our meeting. All we can do is recommend that the property owner trying to separate the parcel, work with his adjoining neighbors to come up with something that everybody approves and the process moves forward. And what came back in what was committed was probably a little bit over designed, but at some point, those properties due north of this property are probably going to get developed with something a little more intensive. And if the letter of what we requested had been stuck to, probably would have been handled. But now now the property owner that filed the first remonstrance is being put between the X and the Y because the intent of what we said we would do was followed, but not actually what we asked for. And frankly, in any of this, it is the cost of the hole and not the pipe. The additional cost to actually put in what was requested was minimal compared to what the fix is going to be. And at some point, the town, us, however, if we're going to continue to do this, we've got to draw a line. I don't know. I'm not happy we spend the amount of time we're trying to do to be obliging and work with people for their betterment, only to find out, we didn't do it. We didn't pay attention. We didn't follow the details. That's not my nature. Sorry.
Any other great thoughts? I guess we'll need a motion one way or another. I don't think to some extent here, I think that there is the homeowner has unintentionally gotten there, and it's not even because it was obvious and they just overlooked it. It was because it was not obvious, and it was difficult to see if in the title search they didn't find this, so it was not on the title that the home or the purchaser of the property have. It makes it even more difficult because then they have to start digging. So an unfortunate situation.
Can I just offer a thought? Is it possible that, and I would ask the homeowner, if you were granted a continuance to do some consideration of what a possible remedy might be that would satisfy what is not being fulfilled by this drain that was not installed, and then to come back a month from now with another remedy that would take care of the what has not been taken care of in the drainage.
I would reach out to Gary Ladd, the engineer that did the original work again, and see if he has an alternative or a recommendation that he might suggest.
I would say a letter of support from your neighbor that he believes that recommendation
Okay.
meets that might work.
That at least allows you to have some time to noodle this a little bit and see if there might be some way that you can reach a resolution without having to do the digging that would be required.
Okay.
Is that amenable to you?
It's amenable to me, as long as, yeah.
I don't know.
All right. Yeah. Having heard that, is there a motion to continue this until the May 4th meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Piquel, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion is to continue this petition until the May 4th meeting. And we'll ask you to go to the engineer as well as your neighbor, come back and report with, I guess, all the information you can. We'd like to see you avoid the cost and the trouble of doing this as well, yet make sure we don't have a future problem. Thank you. Next item on the agenda under new business, docket number 2022-11-UV, R. Keeker at 8556 East 300 South, Zionsville.
Mr. President, for the record, Mike Andrioli, 1393 West Oak Street here in Zionsville. I represent Randy Keeker, who is the owner of a 6.73 acre tract at 8556 East 300 South here in Zionsville. Randy is here tonight with his daughter, who is the individual that has been in charge of running the wedding venue barn there that's been operating for the last 8 years at that facility. Just to remind members of the Board of Zoning Appeals, because I know we have some new members on, back in approximately 2014, we sought a use variance to operate a wedding venue at that particular address. There's a 1,800 square foot barn that Mr. Keeker has on his property. It's not insulated. It's a quaint barn, but it's not a barn that can be operated or utilized all year because it's simply not insulated, and you can actually see through it because it's not totally enclosed or insulated. So in essence, it can't be used for those kinds of things for an entire year. At that time, we received approval from the surrounding property owners and moved forward with that application with 7 or 8 commitments as part of the overall project. The most notable was that music had to be stopped at promptly at 10 o'clock. Various other commitments that went with it that are part of your packet that you have an opportunity to read. The board approved that with the written commitments. They were in fact then adopted and recorded. And the Keeker family has meticulously maintained adherence to those commitments from the first day of approval through today. Part of what you did back in 2014 was to grant a sunset clause, which the board does from time to time on use variances and those types of things, and did it in this particular situation. This may have been one of the first one of these that you considered back a number of years ago out in the outlying areas. And so you granted a sunset clause for 3 years. After that, we reapplied. It was a de novo hearing. We reapplied at that particular point in time. And the board again approved this particular project with a sunset clause of 5 years, which is now coming to fruition. Hence, we've refiled this application again de novo. I would suggest to you that and we have checked with the town consistently, 2 things are clear. No complaint has ever been made to the town of Zionsville regarding the use of this facility, directly to the town. No complaint has ever been made to Mr. Keeker or Sarah Keeker regarding the use of this facility during the entire 8 years of operation, which is quite a wonderful track record. And in essence, what we're asking is for you to go ahead and approve it once again with the same set of commitments. We had originally proposed that the time limitation be lifted because they've had an 8-year stellar track record. Staff has suggested perhaps that another 5 years ought to be imposed to keep that time limit on. Whatever the board decides to do in that regard, we're fine with it. I talked to Mr. Keeker about it. He says maintaining accountability has never been an issue. So if the board wants to establish another sunset provision in a number of years, that would be perfectly okay. We've asked that it not be, but we understand staff has a concern about that and would not object if the board went ahead and imposed another time limitation to that, as it has done for the first 2 applications. Most recently, well, let me back up. You have support letters in your file from the 3 adjacent property owners to the east, immediate property owners to the east, to the west, and across the street to the south. The Fuelings, a longtime school teacher in the Zionsville system, live immediately adjacent to this property to the west. And in fact, if you look at the site plan, the barn itself is immediately adjacent to the Fuelings property. They have no problem with this. They wrote a letter of support to it. On the east side, the owner of property there wrote a letter of support to this, indicating they have no problems with it. In addition, the property across the street sold. The new owners have indicated that they have no problem with it, think it's a wonderful thing for Zionsville and a very unique thing to have in our community. Most recently, we became aware of some folks who had moved into the area living on 875 and have lived there last couple of years, I guess, that have a concern about this particular facility, including the noise. They've never talked to Mr. Keeker or Sarah about it. They've never registered a complaint about it. So to the extent that they've had concerns, we have no knowledge about it or when they occurred or if they've occurred. But nevertheless, I put Sarah in touch with the McElderrys, who formulated a petition and went around and got some of the neighbors on 875, which are about maybe a quarter mile away or longer from this particular facility, to sign a petition objecting to it. We've heard from some of the people who were contacted. They were told we're going to have 300 people in this facility and a number of other things to try to, I think, get the community upset about it. And we find that's particularly unfortunate, especially since the immediate neighbors have never had any problem with Mr. Keeker and how he operates the facility out there. Nevertheless, Sarah talked to Mr. McElderry and suggested, look, why don't we put the sound system together, operate it, you sit on your deck, and we'll do it at the decibel levels that we normally play it at, and you give us feedback and whether or not you can hear it or it's troublesome to you. That particular proposal was not taken up to date. Let's talk about the sound system itself, since several of the neighbors have raised that in this quote petition. Originally, we were allowed to have live music or piped in music, sound system with a DJ or whatever, even though it's supposed to stop at 10 o'clock. The Keekers found early on, when they attempted at the first couple of times and attempted to have somebody else bring their own sound system in, that they couldn't regulate it. They'd have to constantly tell people, I think that's too loud, and they'd have to turn it down. So what they did several years ago, and have been operating under this particular system for most of the time that they've been in operation, they bought their own sound system. And they have that independently. They hired a sound engineer to come out, set it to the decibel level as required under the town's ordinance, and they were able to lock it in. It cannot be turned up. I don't know how to do such a thing, but they were able to go ahead and get that done so that sound system could not be tampered with. They shared with me one time, they had an Hispanic couple that was having a wedding, and a mariachi band showed up with trumpets and everything. And they told them that while they certainly appreciated the ethnic aspect of this, that the mariachi band couldn't play because there was just no way you're going to control trumpets out in that area. It would be too loud, and there's no way to do it. So they told them, sorry, you just can't do it. So they have not had live music playing for years out there, only pipe music that they are able to control in terms of the decibel level and those types of things, and they will maintain that. And again, I think the best indication of the concerns are the most immediate neighbors that would have to be, in particular, the fuelings that are really close to the barn. And they've never raised any concern or any complaints. We've never had any complaints with regard to traffic. In fact, several of the people who wrote letters to the board indicated they didn't even know where it was, which is a pretty good indication that they're trying to stay under the radar, make this a useful, beneficial thing to the community, but not trying to disrupt their neighbors and the overall sense of the community out in that particular area. So we would respectfully request that the board allow this use variance once again. If the board is inclined to go ahead and put a time limit expiration on it and to keep us accountable in that regard, that's fine. we're willing to live with that, even though we requested otherwise. If the board feels that's appropriate, please do that. And again, if you have any other suggestions with regard to the commitments or anybody has, we're certainly willing to listen to those, but to date, nobody has contacted us with regard to any of those commitments that we've made and we've kept over a period of time. And I think part of that goes to what Mr. Jones was getting at for a number of, in the last petition. When you ask that commitments be made, the last thing that you need to do is continually have people complain to the town that people are not abiding by the commitments that they've recorded on this particular property and that were subject to the approval that this board gave. And I'm very pleased to tell you that none of that has ever occurred with this particular operation. There have been no complaints. There have been no issues that have been raised with the town with regard to the appropriate operation of this particular facility. One additional thing, as Suzanne was new, she had not been to this particular facility when we made our application. And I think she formulated a site visit with perhaps other staff. I wasn't at the meeting, just the Keekers were there, but I was not at the meeting, and went out and took a look at it to make sure that some of the other things that were done as part of the original set of commitments back in 2014 were complete, such as the fencing between the Keeker family and the Fueling family. That was done within the first month of the approval of this particular project, and has been in existence for a long period of time, as well as additional landscaping. I might add that I would think the closest house to the north has also signed a letter of approval. There's some woods and other things in between and some topography in between, but I think probably the closest house to the north has also signed a letter of approval. So we tried to get the most immediately affected neighbors and find out what their thoughts were. And to a person, they were all in favor of moving forward with this and re-upping this to another term. Thank you. Be happy to answer any questions or reserve any time for any remonstrance.
Any questions for Mr. Andrew?
I do have a question. I see here on one of the commitments that if a wedding or a wedding reception exceeds 100 people, that an off-duty police officer is hired. Oh, if I could I'll just finish my question. So I understand.
Sarah, why don't you come up here?
Thank you.
State your name for the record.
Hi, Sarah Keeker.
Thank you, Sarah. What is the maximum capacity of the barn, and typically what is maximum capacity, and how often are you functioning at maximum capacity?
The maximum capacity is 150 guests, but that's really not comfortable. So we don't ever typically see more than 130 people, just so that there's space for catering and other things. You can't just cram it full of people at a wedding. People have food and gift tables and other things that they need space for. So, and not very often. I think all the weddings we have coming up this spring are closer to about 80 people. Those are the only ones I have guest counts on that are coming up really soon because people have RSVPs. But
and one other thing, Member Postlewaite, there's no kitchen at this particular facility. So I wanted to make sure that the new members were aware that there's no kitchen or anything of that nature at this facility.
And I think you started to ask about the security. That's something we took on ourselves to implement even further than what the town had required. Boone County off-duty sheriffs work in pairs. So we have 2 off-duty Boone County sheriffs at every single event that are on site. From the time guests are on site until actually after all the guests have left, until my staff, until the last person is off the property, they're there until the end of the evening.
And I might add to that, that is an upgrade for the commitment that we were to have made. The commitment indicates if it's a wedding over a certain size, we had to have officers there. They made the decision for 2 reasons. Always have officers there for every event, and it helps pay the officers some additional funds for an evening, and Randy was very much in favor of that, so that they had to get some additional income, not much difficulty or problems.
Well, County Road 300 South is the traffic that moves along there pretty quickly. And so the concern, of course, is people arriving and leaving, particularly after attending a wedding reception and pulling out onto that highway where people are traveling, 40, 50 miles an hour. Having somebody there directing traffic or helping them get out would be important, I would think.
They also help ensure everybody leaves safely. They want, it's not successful enough everyone gets home as safely as they came, so.
I think, Mr. Andreoli, that you had mentioned that some of those who have complained now at this point, you've not met with those other than you attempted one with checking out the decibel level at their, which would be satisfactory. But are there others that you now know have voiced a complaint that you have met with at this point?
Only by the same letters that the board may have received where there's been an objection to it, or in this general petition that really has just a smorgasbord of things that people object to without any specifics. Noise seems to be one of those. So there's been no direct contact other than.
He provided my phone number to anybody who was interested to speak to me, and one gentleman did call me, and I spoke to him for probably about a half an hour. Also, if you were to get online and look up our website or anything like that, my personal cell phone number is the number anyone would reach if they called. So I haven't received any calls or emails from anyone outside of the gentleman that Mr. Andreoli put me in touch with.
Yeah, we want to be, we obviously want to be good neighbors. We've taken extraordinary steps because you've had us come back. And had we not done what we committed to do, or had we done it in a manner that wasn't satisfactory to people, and you were hearing complaints and we're getting difficult circumstances because of what we've been doing, then each time we'd have more difficulty, I think, trying to get approval if we simply weren't living up to our commitments or not operating in accordance with your expectations. That just simply hasn't been the case in this case. And I might add that the McElderrys, who started the process and raised the concerns, and I think took the petition around to various people on 875 predominantly, they enter their house off of 875. They're very close to 875, which is the first road, the funky intersection there to the east. So their house is real close to 875, not even close to the Keekers property, because Keekers have 7 acres. You've got a large tract of ground to the east of Keekers. Then you have Keekers, and the barn is on the far western side of the property line of the Keekers parcel. So we're fairly far away, and hopefully that's why we haven't had any complaints or difficulties over a period of time, because we've tried to control the music.
Any other questions for the petitioner? Thank you. Are there anyone here who would like to speak to this petition? If so, if you address with your name and address and give us your thoughts on the matter. The others who wish to speak also, if you want to go ahead and queue up there, we'll save a little time. Go ahead, please.
Okay, good evening. My name is Cheryl Lautman Sampson. My husband Dudley and I reside at 3005 South, 875 East. We are on the southeast corner of 300 and 875. We're number 8 on the GIS map that I provided for you as a visual. That map will show you the property owners who oppose the Keekers wedding venue, as well as how far the sound from the venue's music and DJs can be heard. It's amazing how the sound carries. You'll also notice there are some properties in close proximity to the Keekers who do not oppose the venue. Some of those are friends of the Keekers. Some have children that play with the Keekers' grandchildren. Some are allowed to walk on the property. Some borrow equipment such as tractors and chairs, and some may be potentially compensated for parking at the wedding venue. Many of us are new to the area, new like within the past 3 years. We purchased our home in March of 2021. As was our case, many purchasing homes in the area were not informed by realtors of the wedding venue. As most neighbors will say, we too purchased our property for the storybook setting that the area provides. We enjoy sitting on our porches, listening to the birds and the sounds and smells of spring, summer, and fall. That depicts Zionsville to us. When the Keeker's use variance was originally passed, many of the neighbors didn't realize the impact the venue would have on their quality of life, the noise pollution, traffic, and property value degradation from the business. Many have since moved, and the remaining neighbors want to deter this degradation of our rural community from continuing. To date, 16 property owners have signed a petition opposing the Keekers be allowed to operate their business in our neighborhood. The Keekers business is not a small business. In reviewing their website, the barn rents for $4,500 per night. Operating from April through December would mean that there are 40 Fridays and 40 Saturdays available for weddings and receptions in 2022. At $4,500 per night, the business has the potential to earn $360,000 in rental fees alone in 2022. Is it reasonable to expect the venue to be booked solid? I don't really know, but I do know this. This is a potential exposure we, as the neighbors, have. This is a potential for revenue the Keekers have if the variance is approved. We all want to be good neighbors. I'm sure the venue is lovely, and many people have very fond memories of ceremonies at the barn. I'm sure the Keekers are lovely people as well, but I think it comes down to this. This isn't really about the Keekers. It's about allowing a business to operate within our neighborhood. If anyone were to ask you if you minded them having a party or a wedding on their property, I'm pretty sure your answer would be no, you wouldn't mind. Okay. If you were asked if you minded having a party or wedding every Friday and every Saturday for 40 weeks, I'm pretty sure that answer would be a little bit different. No, you wouldn't want this. This is what our neighborhood is voicing. We are not willing to accept business operating in our neighborhood. We, the neighbors, want to maintain the rural spirit and quality of our neighborhood. We do not want the essential character of our neighborhood modified by this business. Low-density single-family residential is what we are zoned and what we as a neighborhood are asking you to preserve. Please protect our properties as you would your own. We don't want to hear the music and the DJs. We don't want the party-going goers' cars driving up and down the roads, and we don't want potentially impaired drivers on our streets late in the evening. We also don't want the character of our lovely area modified. Thank you very much for your time.
Sorry, I didn't get your last name.
Lautman Sampson.
Oh, no, okay. And in your experience, have you seen what you might consider to be impaired drivers on the roads afterwards, or is this just the potential for that?
It's the potential. We moved into our home. We purchased our home in March of 2021. My husband arrived in March. I came in June. We didn't get our furniture for 5 months, so we spent a lot of time out on our screened-in area, which faces 300. 4 different times we were driven back into our house because we had to listen to the DJ, and we set up a little bit higher on the hill. I don't know how the sound carries, but I know that we very clearly heard it. So we went trying to figure out where the sound was coming from, and we couldn't really determine where it was coming from, but there was an awful lot of traffic. We were on foot, and we just decided it wasn't worth it. Somebody was having a party. Well, then it happened again. The second time we reached out to the Zionsville Police Department, thinking we were within the area of Zionsville. They told us we needed to call the Boone County Sheriff's Department. So we called them. They didn't want to respond either. So, I don't know, but it is definitely impacting. We are not making things up. The people on this map, if you take a look at it, and all of these people are hearing the music. And it's impacting our quality of life. We'd like to sit outside and listen to nature, not their DJs.
Any other questions?
I'm sorry, this is very hard to get up and do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's someone else that wished to speak on this matter?
Hello, I'm Dr. Sally Booth, I am a neighbor, a resident on 875 East. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion. And I've been a resident of Zionsville at 2775 South, 875 East for 25 years, and a commercial property owner of the Booth Dermatology Clinic on Michigan Road for 3 years. And I too moved here in 1997 after at least 2 years of intensively searching for a place where I could have peace, quiet, nature, a right to repose and enjoy, the country and peace. Had I been aware of this approval of this variance early on, I definitely would have opposed it, but I wasn't. The parties have become more frequent. They talk about the noise decibels. Well, there are a couple aspects to that. I live up on a hill, as does the neighbor who just spoke. And it's a known fact that sound will travel and amplify as the waves roll uphill. The other aspect that hasn't been brought up is one of the most disturbing aspects is you'll be sitting there, you'll hear a little music, okay, and then all of a sudden there's intensely loud whoops, hollers, screams, yells. That there's no noise decibel meter on that. And it's very disruptive to your evening, trying to sit on your front porch, listen to nature. I have a pond. I love to sit on my front porch and, just kind of meditate on the pond and hear the frogs, and you can't hear anything, and this is becoming more and more continuous. I too have experienced the same problem trying to find out if there is a noise ordinance in Zionsville. Any loud or disturbing noises that disturb the peace are not allowed. Music, yelling, car horns, that sort of thing. But there is no noise ordinance in Boone County. So, you call the Zionsville police. Oh, you need to call Boone County. Oh, we don't have a noise ordinance. So we don't really have a recourse to this. Nobody will even take our complaint. So I think this is a problem. So I also would like to just say, I just found out about this hearing last week. I was on vacation in Florida. And I think the homeowners directly adjacent just found out a couple of weeks ago. But I really, this is the middle of spring break, and I know of at least 8 other homeowners, neighbors who wish they could be here and have an opportunity to speak and be heard, but were not able to because they had their spring vacations planned. So I think they should at least have a chance to be heard. Sorry, I'm a little disorganized. I didn't have a large amount of time to prepare myself, but I would just respectfully ask that you really consider everybody's rights, and as homeowners in a rural, low-density residential neighborhood that is having to listen to this really every warm night of the year on the weekends when we moved out here for peace and quiet. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Booth?
No, but can I ask Wayne a question real quick? So they're still under Zionsville's noise ordinance. They're just under Boone County's response area because they're rural Zionsville. Is that correct?
As a rural property, they are under the Boone County noise ordinance.
Okay.
Boone County noise ordinance is
Anything goes, in my opinion.
17.92.01 of the general code. And it defines noise and specifically speaks to music and electronic devices. So there are rules and regulations. They just happen to be enforced by the county sheriff.
Okay.
And are those different than Zionsville's?
Yes.
They are.
And yet we pay Zionsville taxes for Zionsville schools, roads, educate, but we don't have police and the fire and the.
Well, but that was all
The rights.
decided when we went through consolidation, and you still pay county taxes as you did before. So yes, you're part of Zionsville now,
Well, I hope
but
so.
that was a two-tiered approach to consolidation.
So in reading these commitments, I'm seeing that commitment number 2 obliges the owners of the barn to limit their noise to the town of Zionsville rural noise ordinance, which I assume then, based on what you have said, is lower than the Boone County permitted noise. Is that correct?
If the petitioner is held to the rural noise ordinance, that's one and the same as the Boone County
I
noise
see.
ordinance, yes.
So in town, the urban Zionsville urban noise level would be lower than the rural noise ordinance.
I can speak
level.
that the ordinance is more restrictive in the urban section than the rural as to decibel levels and activities. I mean, I know in the rural area, noise generated by practicing sport is exempt. I don't believe we have that same exemption in the urban, just as one example.
I see. Thank you.
So may I ask a question? What happens if and when our area becomes more dense and more developed? I don't want it that way. I think most of us don't, but does this get rolled back to different standards? Or does it inhibit development? Because who wants to move next to?
So in order to transition from rural to urban, there's a separate test, and part of that is the extension of municipal utilities such as sanitary sewer. Absent sanitary sewer in this specific area, you would not meet the minimum thresholds for the consideration of transition from rural to urban, if that's your question.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
There's another person. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle McElderry. I think the Keekers talked to my husband, Tim. He is he's on a business trip, so he was not able to make it. So unfortunately, I am standing in, but I just wanted to make a couple comments. We moved in, we bought our property from the Olds, who I think were opposed to this back when it went in, but I think they were the lone, they were only, I don't know if they were the only folks that knew about it, or I don't know what happened. But anyway, we did not know that there was a wedding venue behind us. They sit up on a hill on the back. Our property lines touch, and I can see like the arbor where they have ceremonies. It's beautiful. It's very nice. I have nothing against them. I think it's a lovely venue. My only issue and our issue is the noise. And I think the barn is back, and I think it just amplifies, goes over, it's on a ridge, and then we are down below, and it just carries, the noise carries. And during COVID, it wasn't a big deal. We never complained. There was a couple times we're like, oh, we can't wait till it's 10, and so it's hard when you're thinking, gosh, I have this beautiful backyard. I'd like to be out there. When we do, we sit out there and we put on our own music and try and, do our own thing. And that's fine. It's just, I'm concerned moving forward now that COVID is loosened, the protocols, people are going to be having more weddings. They may be booked every weekend. And so I think we weren't as concerned initially because we're like, oh, it's a random couple of times a month, whatever. It wasn't a big deal, but I feel like it is going to become more of an issue. And, I don't, every Friday and Saturday night till 10 o'clock, we hear it. And we are open to, I know she mentioned to my husband that we could do the situation where you sit on the deck and listen to the music and see how it is. And we are open to that. It's just that was offered, I don't know, maybe last Friday. I can't remember when they talked. So my husband left town Monday. So timing is not, we'd like a little more time to sort out some issues. It's unfortunate that it's spring break and a ton of people that could speak are not here. Now they could have piped in probably and done that, but they're with their families, and I don't think realize the gravity of the situation and how this is an unlimited, they can just in perpetuity, continue without, checks and balances. So I have been asked by the folks that have signed the petition that we respectfully ask for continuance due to the short amount of time that we've had. We have had no time to prepare anything to really discuss and talk about, what maybe we could come up with a good solution and work with them. But it's just been thrown on us. And I don't know how many people actually got a letter we did because we have property lines that touch, but our neighbors across the street and next on the other side did not get a letter. And the only way they found out about it was through the paper and just happened to glance and see it. So again, not a great way to find out. And then one gal ran around and called everybody and said, hey, do you know this is happening? So it wasn't like everyone, like some people just found out and signed the petition. So anyway, I don't know if this is possible, but if we could ask for a continuance and look at this again at the next meeting, or I don't know how this works.
Okay. Thank you.
I've got a quick question. What is your address?
We are at 875 East, 2756.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the administrator? Thank you.
Mike Graninger, 2754 South 875E. I was never aware of this initially, that it was ever going to be considered or anything else, or I would have protested it. And I think it's a slippery slope. You know, you start putting businesses in single family residential areas and you end up with all sorts of problems, including reduction in values of properties and things like that. And what's music to one person isn't music to someone else. You know, I work all week, come home on the weekends. I want to relax, peace and quiet. I don't think that's too much to ask. The other thing I would say is I echo everybody else's comments who've been up here tonight on this topic. And I would also mention that there's fireworks going off. So, you know, say what you will, say what you want, but this is not a good situation, in my humble opinion. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Granger? Anyone else? Mr. Andrioli, could you and Sarah Kuker return? I guess the one question I have is, all the music played inside the barn, or is there music
Yes.
outside as well?
There is no activity out. Why don't you answer that, sir? You're better.
Sure. Yeah, there's a few things I'd like to speak to about what was said. There's instrumental music that's played from inside of the barn for ceremonies that's directly outside, but that's the only, thing that would be, but all the speakers and everything are inside of, we have the speakers we added are affixed to the walls inside of the barn. And that is a newer addition, the sound system that we can control. A couple of other things, if that's okay, just to clarify some things that were said that aren't accurate. We only host weddings April through October every year. Like Mr. Andrioli said, the barn's not climate controlled. It can't be used outside of times of year when it's naturally comfortable outside. So we don't have the opportunity to host that many weddings that long into the year. And we don't do nearly that many. We do far fewer every year, despite what you approved into December. We don't host weddings beyond the end of October. It might snow and that doesn't work well for an outdoor wedding. So we only host weddings April through October each year.
Couple of other things, if I might. With regard to fireworks, we don't have any of those incendiary devices or fireworks from a liability standpoint for any other reason. We just don't have them from a noise standpoint.
I've had people call over the years and they're going off somewhere else and they think it's happening at our property, but it's not. We have a very old pony that lives on our property and she's like a dog, very afraid of fireworks. So we've never allowed anyone to have fireworks in the entire time we've been in business. For her sake and neighbors and for a million reasons, it's not happening.
We don't have that specifically in the commitments that have been recorded. But if that is a concern to the community, that we not have any of those kind of incendiary devices, assuming you would approve this, we're going to have to execute new commitments as we've done the last 2 times anyway. And we could easily change that to include that there aren't any fireworks or incendiary devices to the extent that's a concern. It sounds like a problem in search of an issue, but since we've not done it, but if that means something and it's important to members of the community, we can certainly add that as a part of our commitments. The other thing is, as staff has indicated, fire marshal comes out.
Fire marshal comes out annually to check to make sure we're in compliance. And the other thing that they were talking about with the sound, the speaker system that we had installed and had a sound engineer come out and install. If I got out my decibel reader, everyone has a decibel reader on their phone that's on site, including myself and my dad. Our closest neighbor who we built the wall, if you look at any of the maps there, they're probably like 30 feet from the edge of the barn. We always test it as close, at the closest places and at the edge of the property. It's under 60 decibels, which I'm speaking louder than that right now. And I can get out a decibel reader if anybody wants to see it for that to be accurate, but that's the level we use so that it would be like me standing in my backyard talking to someone, on the property line all around.
Thank you. Happy to answer any further
Another
questions.
question too about, I noticed in one of the letters, there was a reference to some cinder block. I'm not sure if it was fencing, but there was fencing and cinder block construction, which again was intended to help contain noise. Is that in all directions? Was that just for your nearest neighbors? I mean, how encompassing is that?
That was a part of the initial commitments. The first time we came up in front of the board, and it's on the west side of the barn between us and that immediate neighbor because their home is so close. So it was a cinder block wall that's about 10 feet past each end of the barn, the north and south wall of the barn. Since then, we've put like lattice and moss, like greenery that grows over it to make it blend in there. But that was intended to help dampen the sound. We've added doors to the south end as well for that weather and all sorts of reasons, but and again, that wasn't required. That's something that we did in addition. We really have tried every year to do something to make the property better and to be a better neighbor to all of our neighbors. But like I said, to hear complaints, I feel bad because when the people bought the house across the street from us, I went over and I said hi and introduced myself when it was 2020, and I stood way back on their porch and like wore a mask and waved and, have always tried to be a good neighbor to anybody that had something to come say to me or to call me directly. I've always been more than happy to oblige in any way that we can. I can't do anything about problems I don't know about, unfortunately. So to hear those today, again, we have tried to be the best neighbors we could to anyone we knew we were impacting.
So to be fair, if one of your neighbors had come to you and said, it's too noisy, what would you have done to ameliorate that problem?
Probably the same thing I offered to the gentleman I spoke with on the phone, which was, let me, I'll have my dad at the house with the sound system on and let me come to your backyard and we'll use a decibel reader and we'll feel like we can get it to a place that you feel comfortable or that you're not hearing the sound. I would have done whatever we could to work with them to, within, reason, to appease them while to be able to continue to operate. We've thought of a million different solutions over the years of ways to slice it and have tried to accommodate anybody we could. But like the 4 letters you see there from our immediate neighbors on all sides and the people who are the closest in proximity to us, they've all been happy with the steps that we've already had in place. And even the people who've moved in newer across the street and have never had any problem. Oh, the other thing that I wanted to address was we did just as many weddings in 2020 as we've done every single year. We're not ramping up in any sort of way. Every single person who was supposed to get married at the barn in 2020, except one person, did get married at the barn in some sort of fashion. Things were different then, so socially distanced or whatever that looked like, but we're not having any more weddings now than we ever have. It hasn't changed. Truly, we do less weddings now than we did when we first got started.
Any other questions? What about one of the individuals mentioned whooping and hollering? We've all been to weddings. That happens. Usually they're young people and they're enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
Does that happen in the barn or is that outside or?
All the people it's not lit outdoors. There's no outdoor lighting. So there wouldn't be any place for people to be outside, that might, I guess I can't say that
You don't
people aren't
allow
gonna
smoking.
cheer or anything like that, but people are, the lit areas inside of the barn, so that is where people are going to be when that's happening.
I'm sure that occasionally that has happened. I'd be shocked if it wouldn't, that somebody would raise their voice or get to the point where they're hooping and hollering. So I suggest that probably is something that has happened from time to time. But again, you try to keep that under control as much, and
We have staff on time the entire site, myself or my dad, as well as a team of people, because we have other responsibilities there. So we have people on site as well as two Boone County sheriffs the entire time to make sure that people are safe and acting within reason and all of those sorts of things. So it's not ever some like wild, out of control, crazy party. They're sitting there with two uniformed officers the entire time. So I've been a part of a lot of weddings and a wedding planning business that I do things elsewhere. It's very tame in the realm of things that are possible because it's on a private residence in a residential area for all those things. It's not at a bar in downtown Indianapolis that goes till 2 o'clock in the morning. It just is a different setting, and people tend to be looking for a place that they can sit around and talk and have a bonfire or, something more relaxing and calm than a, party that somebody who's going to be okay with their wedding ending at 10 p.m. is not someone who wants to stay out drinking till 3 in the morning. So it's just a different crowd.
One other thing, Mr. Keeker's on his ground since the 90s, and he lives on the nice house that's adjacent to the barn itself. So he is there, and the Fuelings have owned their property immediately adjacent to the barn for
even longer,
and been in the community for longer. So, it's hard to try to understand if you're pleasing your neighbors, if you get the people that are the immediately adjacent to them and ask them, and they've issued letters of support and haven't been objecting to this over the years. So it's really difficult for us to try to put, pin the tail on the donkey when we're not hearing from anybody else other than when we filed. And we filed 5 years ago, and there really wasn't any sustained opposition to this, and we've operated the same way. So new people move in, new people have a different take on it, new people have a different version of what living in the country is. All of that's respected, all of that's fine. It's just that we haven't had to deal with it up until now. So,
Thank you. Any other questions? Can we get staff report, please?
Of course. I think the petitioners both did a good job summarizing. I'll try to briefly summarize the history of the petitions. The initial petition came in 2014 for a use variance, and staff did not recommend approval at that time simply because the commercial use wasn't mentioned in the comprehensive plan. That was approved in 2014 with a sunset clause to come back to the BZA. It came back in 2017. It was approved then, and staff was in support, and brings us to today for the end of the sunset. Up until writing the staff report, staff had received no remonstrance, any concerns from the previous approval. Obviously, since we've written our staff report, there's been concerns brought up before you tonight in the letters. And that's the very reason we would request to keep doing these sunsets to kind of reevaluate. Because I know that the petitioner initially wanted to do away with the sunset, but staff felt it was important to have the 5-year sunset still in place. So hopefully that answers most of the questions. And if you have any others, I will be happy to answer.
Okay, any questions for staff? Mr. Rust, if we have online viewers that wish to speak, would you wave your hand for me, please? Thank you. Discussion?
So I'm just curious because it seems to me that one of the options that has been aired this evening, both by those who spoke in opposition and also Ms. Keeker, Sarah, was the idea of putting heads together to try to find some reasonable solution to this, what is obviously an issue that others are seeing as, some are seeing as positive, some are seeing as negative. And perhaps a continuance to allow the parties to have some discussion to see if there is common ground, something that would be amenable for the people that live in the area. And I live in a rural setting, so I know how sound carries. And I also know that people have different tolerances for sound, and I happen to like the birds also. So I understand how that works. So if there's some way that some kind of middle ground can be found to allow the Keekers to continue with their wedding barn and the neighbors to be satisfied with that, I don't know whether that's possible or not. I'm just throwing that out as a thought. That may not be.
I think that's something we should give some consideration to. Having been unaware that there were a number of neighbors that were not happy with the noise, means that there's never been any need to address it. So I think that the ability for the petitioner to meet and work with the neighbors to see if there is common ground there is a reasonable. Yeah, let's we can give you a little bit of time here later, but
I've got a couple of items like coming through.
Yes, Larry.
So I was part of the group that heard this originally, 2014, and at that time, I think we went through a couple hearings to get the commitments and everything put in place, which means at that time there was sufficient time and notice given to all the existing property owners surrounding this. One of the things I kind of love to do is sit there on my Google Maps and see what really is adjoining this property. And what you'll find is a mix of strictly residential, a substantial amount of buildings that have accessory structures that probably don't meet our current codes and regulations, farmland, et cetera. I'm kind of reminded of, I think we had one hearing a few years ago where somebody stood up and said how they didn't like the smell of the horses. And my point of that is that everyone has their horse smell that they don't like. It's interesting that some of these parcels have some very large utility lines that run through the rear. Some of them are actually working farms. Some of them have the accessory buildings, and given the scale and size of them, no telling what kind of equipment runs in and out of those and at what hours. And does anybody have any say? When it gets down to noise ordinances, they are actually tied to a dB rating. And so just because you can hear it doesn't mean it's a violation or a problem. It's just the nature of the fact that while you don't like sound, you're probably perfectly happy smelling horses or hay or watching equipment run. And just the last item is, and this one always wins me rave reviews, is I'm never particularly happy in supporting complaints from people who failed to do the due diligence on when they acquired a piece of property and what's surrounding it. And once again, this was out there in 2014. We renewed it in 2017. There's been no actual complaints. What we're doing now is setting the town up so that there will be complaints. And now either Boone County or the Zionsville police are going to have to carry dB meters with them to actually know what the ordinance is, because you hear it doesn't make it a violation. So, I'd be proposed to continue with the 5-year sunset, maybe with the addition of just no fireworks. But even that sounds like, once again, people are focusing their attention on this and assuming they are the issue for all the problems, and that might not actually be correct.
Thank you, Larry. Any other comments? I think there's a bit of truth in what everyone has said. noise is something that some people can tolerate and others can't. So I don't, I guess my thought would be some form of a shorter continuation rather than for 5 years. One, I am assuming that you book these things well in advance. There are people that are planning on having a wedding there in June and so forth. But at the same time, I think that there should be a period of time here where you need to put your best effort, and those neighbors who are not happy with what there is going on have an opportunity to give you that information and see if you can find common ground that makes this workable, or at least comes back with a more defined position by both neighbors and the petitioner.
So I just have a comment, and that is that this is ultimately, even though it takes place in a very quaint barn, it is ultimately a commercial enterprise. And whether it's in a quaint barn or a cinder block building, essentially it's the same exercise, which is having a place to gather to have wedding receptions on Fridays and Saturdays for counting my fingers, is it 7-8 months a year, 7 months a year. So the question then becomes, is it reasonable in a residential area like the one that this is located to allow what is essentially a commercial enterprise? And that is ultimately the question, it seems to me.
That is the nature of the use variance.
Right, I understand.
This is an area that does not allow this sort of use.
Right.
And the variance has been granted. That's also the reason it has a sunset period.
Right.
So that if it doesn't work out, we can pull the plug. That's the sole reason for the sunset.
Right.
So any other thoughts from board members?
Real quick, I want to make sure the zoning out there is R1, right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
It doesn't, an R1 is our rural.
Rural, low density, single family residential.
All right. So the farms that operate out there, are they, so is this parcel R1 or is it general area R1? What are the adjoining properties zoned? Do we know?
What's defined here is R1, low density, single family residential zoning district.
But we have farms across the street and all that kind of stuff. So is it one of those things where?
It could be a different zoning across the street.
Right. So my statement is that we have other parcels out there that have commercial enterprises going on. I know we don't consider farming commercial per se, but it is a for-profit enterprise using the land. Like I said, my only concern is there has been no complaints filed. And now we're going to find ourselves in a situation that if complaints are filed, we're going to have to go out and confirm, does it actually meet the standard for a complainable offense?
Well, it
I don't
sounds
like
as if,
putting,
it sounds as if some of the local residents have tried to complain and have not been able to find by calling the Zionsville Police Department and also then calling the Boone County Sheriff, and have not been able to get any traction in that regard. So.
because it might not be a complainable offense is the concern.
Right.
They were very unwilling to come out. My husband and I moved from a patio that had furniture on it to a vacant house for occasions.
Are people actually up at the microphone?
No.
No.
You need to get them up and introduce them, please.
So Larry, to your question, that whole area is R1. You get into some other maybe R2 on the east side of 875 and about, I don't know, a mile, not quite a mile south of 300.
Okay,
I speak. Is it okay?
Yeah, keep this brief,
Sorry.
please.
Yeah, we've been under the impression and trying that there was no mechanism to file a complaint. I was just in Key West. We have a condo we rent right next to this Margaritaville. They've had horribly loud music for 2 years. Finally, it was like super quiet when I was there last week. And I said, what's going on? And I see a notice on the bulletin board of, 3 or 4 steps. If you hear the noise that's bothering you and too loud, you have to call this number. You have to be in your condo when the people come to take the report. This is the only way we will get our message across that this is a problem. There has been no mechanism. And now you're saying, oh my God, we're going to have to take complaints. So I feel like, who are we supposed to complain to? I mean,
I don't think that the suggestion was that you have no means of doing this. The police, whether it be the Boone County Sheriff or it be the Zionsville Police, has always been the way that you try to address that, whether it's a barking dog or a loud band. So that's not new. That's always been part of how any resident would be able to try to get some relief for something that they believe is breaking an ordinance.
well, Michelle, you said that you called and they told you, not you, I mean, Cheryl, to call the Boone County. She called
My
Zionsville.
guess is that their answer was not that we can't do anything about it. They may have had other reasons, but I don't believe, even if that was it, I don't think they would have said that. So again, keep this brief. We've already heard the complaints.
Right, and I reached out to Zionsville. They told me that it was Boone County Sheriffs. I
Correct.
called Boone County Sheriffs and they said that they would not come out for a noise complaint.
Okay, well, I think that's an issue with the sheriff's department then,
Well,
so
but as somebody who's just moved into the state, I have no idea what else to do.
Okay.
And understand, if this was your home, okay, if this was in your neighborhood, I would ask each one of you to look within yourselves and ask if you would like to have that and you would want to listen to that every Friday and every Saturday night. The permit says April through December, okay? Whether they have that many weddings or not, that's the potential exposure we as the homeowners and property owners in the area are subject to.
we understand.
I understand it's been happening for a long time and everybody says that there were no complaints. Nobody knew how to complain. Nobody knew what to do to stop it until a week ago when somebody approached us and said they had the notice and we could actually, speak with you and let you know what our feelings were. So we appreciate you taking the time to hear us.
And that is always, the public notice. And it's a part of the newspaper. If you read a newspaper that no one looks at anyhow. So unless you have a specific interest, so it's hard to find out. You have something brief, Mike? Okay. Go ahead, please, if you would make it there.
I can somewhat understand where Mr. Jones is coming from with regard to some of his comments. Because we've operated this facility now for 8 years. We've had 2 separate petitions with very little remonstrance. And somebody else moves in and what was fine perhaps to their predecessor may not be fine to them. And that's a very difficult thing for the board to deal with. It's a very difficult thing for us to deal with. Nevertheless, I don't know any other way that you're going to be able to do it, given staff's recommendation, to be able to approve this with some type of sunset provision. We've had them twice now, even though I've asked, given the level of concern that's been raised by the community. I don't know how you get around not establishing one. I would suggest another 5 years if you do it as suggested by board instead of 3 years. What we don't want to do is continue to have to deal with the community trying to artificially put us out of business when nobody has up to this particular point in time. That's our problem. That's not the board's problem. I'm just expressing that to you in terms of the kinds of dynamics when we have sunset provisions, because somebody who didn't have an objection may have an objection moving in at a different time when you have to come back. And that's just something the board has to weigh and wade through. But it is a difficult situation for us in terms of the applicant. Nevertheless, whatever sunset provision you put on there, we'll do our best to be good neighbors and be back.
These are not our favorite exceptions either. Okay, board thoughts on this? Absent any thoughts, I would suggest that we think about a relatively short continuation, but by that I mean something like 90 days or something like that, with the provision that it would continue through the remainder of this year. And I say that only because I know that people make plans for weddings months, sometimes years in advance, that it leaves a lot of people in the lurch when I believe this special exception provision has already expired. So that, and they're now about to approach that. But that, within the next 3 months, if they don't do something within the next 3 months to be able to get together with neighbors and look to see, is there some compromise, some way in which they can both coexist? That should be sufficient time to do that. And that if it is such that we have a 1-year sunset on this and they've been unable to come to that, then we would review it again next year. And if the conclusion is it's tolerable now using a new approach, we look at a longer sunset period, much like the last one perhaps. If it's not tolerable, then there is no more special exception. Any thoughts on that?
So you would essentially, let me see if I understand this properly, they would have some period of time, a maximum 90 days, to come to some kind of consensus about how this would look going forward that would be amenable to all parties. And in the meantime, because they would be in the process of planning their calendar for 2022, they would be allowed to function until the end of their season in October.
That's my thought. I'm making a wild guess at what they have on the books now, but again, I know people make plans months and months in advance for weddings. So,
well, and I don't know how the neighbors feel about living with that, but at the time, that would be given to them because they have to have that in order to be planning and for the plans and commitments that have already been made for folks who are wanting to have their wedding reception there. But if there's no consensus reached, then we will have to make a decision about whether they can have this exception. Is that what I understand you're saying?
Yeah.
And I just want to bring up, there's no standard for what's called amenable, or, I can't pronounce it, but you know the word I'm trying to say. I'm not particularly favorable towards setting up situations where the people who are opposing this have absolutely nothing to lose and never coming to the table. There is no, as a developer, I've been in the situation where my opposition's given a ledge and they'll stay on there forever. If we put this off 90 days, a year, whatever the date is, it's not going to come back with some sort of resolve because the only standard out there is rated by a dB meter. And somehow we're going to have to go put somebody on everybody's parcel out there to find out if there's actually a complainable offense happening or people just don't like it. To the issue that they don't like it, once again, I go back to my due diligence statement. Find out what's around you before you buy the property. And finally, if we do vote to deny it, we're now voting tonight to deny something that there was no complaints filed. So we're actually kind of overturning, everything we put in place. So while I can appreciate the comments that there doesn't seem to be a way to file complaints and that maybe the individuals who want to file the complaints need to get more organized about them, I don't like putting the petitioner in this kind of purgatory of actually trying to come to some sort of amenable solution other than adding the fireworks. And finally, just remember a couple months ago, either on the Plan Commission level or the BZA, we turned down a neighborhood near the the new winery, Chris, that you're working on, specifically because we had approved that property for the use. We knew the use was going to have an event center. The event center would generate activity, noise, whatever that would carry off the property. And we did not want to go forward with a rezone to a residential use because we know full well what will happen for that. The town will receive the complaints. It's no different than what we're going round and round with at the airport. We know what's going to happen when these housing subdivisions are put in the flight paths of the airport. The burden comes back on the town of Zionsville for not doing the right thing at the right time. And the right thing at this time is we approve this, another 5-year extension, just to keep them honest and move forward, make the hard decision.
Well, Larry, the one thing I would say is that most of us are unaware of things like use variances and the fact that it has a sunset and it might be heard by some group. And most of our residents would not know what group hears it or when. So that is, I think, something that easily falls into a category of you don't know how to fight what you don't know how to fight. The other is that all of these areas, this area is probably going to have more residents in the future than less. And so things do change. And that is part of the reason that you have a sunset is that instead of 50 people out there, 50 homes that might hear it, it may be 250 in 5 years. So I don't fully agree. I think you're right in your assumption that the town will have to shoulder most of this, but things do change. And the other is that when we tell people that you need to talk with that person that you're remonstrating against and get something worked out, and one of the parties comes back and say, well, I tried 5 times to get together with them and they didn't do anything, I know how those usually go. We usually just say, okay, all we heard was a bunch of bluster at a meeting and we're still going to approve the petition. So if they don't, if they refuse or are unwilling to try to work this out, then I think that the weight of the effort of whichever party does try to make it work usually wins out.
I would really like to, despite his advice, which is probably correct, is that I said I would meet with them and we had a week before this meeting and they didn't say they wanted more time to meet. They said they did not want to make a response. I offered, and it wasn't, oh, we do this a month from now. Oh, we're going to be out of town. The answer was no. We'll see if they approve it and then we'll talk to you. The answer was no. I already tried, so I don't think that a continuance is going to resolve anything different. Answer someone wanting to work with me that already did it.
Thank you.
Well, we've heard different from some, so and it's just not an organized group, so you're probably going to ask 10 people, you get 10 answers. All right, I think we've got a fish or cut bait. Is there a motion that would be proposed this time?
I'll make the motion. I move that docket 2022-11-UV use variance for the property located at 8556 East County Road 300 South B approved as presented and described based on the findings in the staff report and with the expiration date of this approval to be 5 years from the date of this meeting, with the additional caveat that no fireworks or other incendiary devices will be set off as part of any event.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you, Mr. McHale. Any further discussion? We have a motion that docket number 2022-11-UV be approved as presented with one change to the commitments, which would exclude fireworks and would continue for a period of 5 years. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign.
Nay.
and I also would be a nay. Vote is 3-2. So the vote carries. It will be approved. It would last until March the 10th, 2027. Thank you.
I would just like to make one comment, and that is that, just speaking for myself, I would hope that you would reach out and make an effort to find some, I know that Mr. Jones doesn't like the word amenable, but that you will find some kind of common ground that will allow you all to be able to make the best of this.
I would echo that same thought, that I think that there probably is room for some compromise and better feeling from both sides. Next on the docket is 2022-12-DSD. C. Lehman at 10505 Pete Dye Ridge in Zionsville. Is there a representative here? Hello, would you give us your name and your address, please?
Chris Carnell with Christopher Scott Homes in Carmel, Indiana, representing Layman's on this variance request. So we're requesting a modification of the development standards variance from a 25-foot setback to a 20-foot setback.
I wonder if you could be a little bit closer to the microphone, please. Thank you. For those of us who are,
Can you repeat that?
please.
We're requesting a development standards variance for a 25-foot setback to be reduced to a 20-foot setback on lot F24 and Holiday Farms. And we're requesting that with the effort of being able to place a structure over that variance to allow for the structure to fit on the lot.
So it appears, on looking at the map, that really nobody can build next to you on that side anyway.
Correct. It leads to zero impact to anybody, really.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the petitioner? This is, I think, the second one in Holiday Farms now that, because of lot shape and building plans, we've had to do this. No other questions? Is there anyone here who would like to speak for or against this petition? Seeing none, we have a staff report, please.
Of course. So this petition before you is to request a variance of the setback, which is 25 feet that's shown on the plat. The petitioner is requesting to have a 20-foot variance. Staff is supportive of this request. As also stated, the lot configuration is a little unique and prohibitive. So staff, part of the reason staff is in favor of this request.
No one online? All right. Any other discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion?
I move the docket number 2022-12-DSV Development Standards Variance in order to provide for a single-family home which deviates from the required side yard setback and Holiday Farms PUD to be approved as filed based upon the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans and concepts.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Postaway. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Good luck with your project. Next item is docket number 2022-13-SE, a Marburger.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board and staff. Thank you. I'm Andy Baroker. I'm an attorney with Faegre, Drinker, Biddle and Reith, with offices at 600 East 96th Street, Indianapolis, 46240. I'm here on petition 2022-13-SE for a special exception to permit a single-family dwelling in a parcel in the rural agricultural district in the AG. With me tonight, who I'll have sort of start off or kick off, is Kim Marburger and Mitch Thompson, who I'm representing as our clients, who are related to the property owner of the larger farm tract and who desire to build a house on this property. To give you just some general background and the purpose for this. Kim and Mitch.
Good evening. My name is Mitch Thompson. That's my wife, Kim Marburger. Our address is currently 10907 Pleasant View Drive in Carmel, Indiana. We are asking for this special exceptions because of Kim's father, Ron Marburger, lives at that property and has since 2006. He has a home, he has a farm. We have horses at the property that are both his and ours. And the farm consists of about 105 acres currently. We have anywhere from 5 to 8 horses at any given time. He's a member of the Hickory Hall Polo Club. We do have some of the Polo Club horses there as well that we help to take care of. And we have corn, soybean, and alfalfa fields and hay fields for the horses. The existing home that's there is approximately 13,000 square feet. It includes a garage and it's approximately 34 feet high. And then there's an adjoining, or not an adjoining, there's a separate barn that has about 31,000 square feet under roof and it's approximately 34 feet high. Our desire is to help take care of Mr. Marburger and his wife, Carla, so that they can age in place. He's had horses all of his life, has been near a farm all his life, and his desire is to age in place at the residence, and we're fortunate to be in position to do that.
Thanks, Mitch. Joe, next slide, please. So this is the site plan of the property, Kim's father's property that Ron has owned since 2006. So you see it's 104, almost 105 acres, right? The barn and the his home currently are shown on there. The alfalfa, hay, and cornfields are shown. And so the area crosshatched in green is the proposed site, wooded site where they would propose to put their house because it doesn't use agricultural land to take that up. The south border is County Road 100 North. Next slide, Joe. So just some factual backgrounds on the request on building a home on the farm site, right? Splitting off 3 acres for the residents. Mitch talked about the need for that. Splitting it off of the ag land in a wooded area so they can keep farming the rest of the property that is agricultural. The scale and the elevation of the farm home will show on the next slide in a moment. The petitioner would agree to right to farm acknowledgement because her father owns a farm. There is farming activities currently going on. In response to Larry Jones' comment about smelling horses, they raise horses on here, and so they enjoy the smell of horses, and opposing any agricultural use would be unlikely and not any issue for them. The new home will comply with all the other section 194, 103, the regulations of the Zionsville zoning ordinance with respect to rural special regulations for residences in this district. And they will agree, as their father did in 2006 when he built his home, to install additional noise insulation as was done with the main residence, and will commit to do that. Next slide, Joe. So this is just a home elevation. It is a farmhouse. It's on a farm. It will be situated on a farm. The size of approximately 4,500 square feet. So it will fit into the setting of a kind of a rural agricultural setting. The important part is on the right-hand side of that slide, the height from ground to top of roof is 29 feet, 8.5 inches. So again, we'll talk a little bit about the maximum height it can be around the airport glide path of 51 feet. So it's well below that. It's shorter than the existing barn and the existing residence that exists on the lot of 34 feet. So it'll be below that, but that's an important element to note. Next slide, Joe. So if we could just talk about really the really crux of this decision is the airport strategic land use plan, right? The Plan Commission certified that in November to the town council. The town council in January adopted this overlay zone amendment to the comprehensive plan of the town. That's really important. So the western portion, about a half of the total 105 acres of the current farm, is in the tier 1 residential compatibility area around the airport that says no residential development. We acknowledge that. The staff has said that. We've seen the maps. We have the plan. That's all recognized and acknowledged. The existing home and barn are in the tier 1 area. The next slide will, not yet, Joe, but we'll show you an aerial that the distance from the home site to the start of the runway, the northern runway on the airport, the Indianapolis Executive Airport, is 1.28 miles from the home to the site. So a little bit over 6,700 square feet. So quite a bit of distance. Again, the home height, as I showed you, is below a 51-foot sort of height limitation around these aviation facilities, and they've talked about that with the airport staff and board president. The other important part that'll sort of is the crux of this, I believe, is there's no subdivision or other dense or intense uses of other people proposed or planned for this farm site that would be concerning to, or that was similarly proposed on the south side of the Executive Airport a couple years ago, that really created the genesis of why did we do this overlay for the airport in the first place, right? That was a large residential subdivision, would have been many people, a lot of homes, detention ponds with wildlife attractions, et cetera. Next slide, Joe. So here's the safe landing zone exclusion area. The box in blue is Ron Marburger's 105-acre farm. The property, the 3-acre carve out that Kim and Mitch would like to build their home on, is on the left-hand side of that blue box, the lower left-hand side corner, southwest of that blue box, which is where it would be. So it's clearly in the red tier 1 area. Next slide, Joe. Here's the distance of the proposed home to runway. This is the aerial photograph measured, showing from the home side, again, just slightly north of County Road 100 North to the beginning of the runway is over 1.25 miles. So over 6,700 feet. Next slide, Joe. So a couple things, again, that I would use or ask you to consider this petition favorably is the airport strategic land use plan on page 8 of that document that, again, was adopted by the town council just this year. The key considerations on page 8 say that the object of the plan was to identify uses that can coexist with the adjacent airport. That was the design and the goal of that plan. The main concerns referenced in that plan about things that would not easily coexist with the airport are tall structures, which we don't have, density with a lot of people, noise sensitivity, visual obstructions, high or tall other kind of trees or whatever, and then wildlife attractants such as retention and detention ponds and other things that attract geese. So those are the key considerations. The concerns that are addressed in the airport land use plan are not present here. I'd ask you to consider that. And then finally, in the recommendations on page 11 of the plan, it says, and I quote, undeveloped areas in the flight path south of County Road 200 South should remain agricultural open space. Again, addressing the real purpose of that plan and calling these tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 areas around the airport into question was the proposal to build a large residential subdivision just a couple years ago south of the airport. Next slide, Joe. So Mitch and Kim talked with and met with Airport Director Sam Sachs, President of the Board Bill Fry. That is in your piece. President Fry is here this evening and will address these issues, that they are not opposed to development of residential neighborhoods. They are opposed to that, not to this home that is over 1.25 miles north and is just a single farmhouse in an agricultural area. Next slide, Joe. Councilman Traylor lives half a mile west of this proposed home site. Kim and Mitch talked with Councilor Traylor, who could not be here this evening for traveling for business. He did provide to Suzanne his email in support of the petition, saying he didn't identify and couldn't see any safety concerns along this. Again, Brian Traylor, Councilor Traylor's father, operated a small airport in Eastern Kentucky for many years. Plus, he's the councilor in whose district this property is located. So the last issue and the big question of the night is our findings of fact, and asking the Board of Zoning Appeals respectfully to approve our findings of fact to approve this special exception petition. Next slide, Joe. So the findings of fact, I would propose to you that we argue the first point is met. Building this farmhouse by Kim and Mitch would not be injurious to any health, safety, comfort, community morals, convenience, or general welfare of the community or of Zionsville. We think we meet that and there would not be any injury. The second finding, the second fact we have to show, we'd ask you to adopt, is building this farm home would not injure or adversely affect adjacent areas or property values. We think clearly building $1 million farmhouse, 4,500 square feet, a farmhouse on a farm would clearly be appropriate and in the line of thinking of what's all around that area. And last, finally, and most importantly, will the farmhouse that's being built, will it be consistent with the character of the area? We argue that's yes, but the whole issue then it comes down to, is it consistent with the town's comprehensive plan? So based upon what was just passed in January by the town council, this master plan for protecting the airport with tier 1, it's in tier 1. You see the map. We're not here to argue and say, ignore tier 1 or tier 1 doesn't exist or this isn't in a red area. It is. But again, based upon the land use plan for the airport, we would say that this farmhouse on a farm at a fairly low height level is consistent with the comprehensive plan and can easily coexist with the airport as recommended in the strategic plan for the airport. That is our presentation and our request to you to consider and approve the findings of fact in order that you can approve our special exception petition. We and Kim and Mitch will be available for questions. I know others would like to speak. So thank you, Mr. President and members of the board.
Thank you. Any questions for the petitioner? Thank you. Are there any remonstrators here tonight who wish to speak to this? Seeing none, we have staff report, please.
Yes, I believe the petitioner did a good job summarizing the request. As you know, you all see these type of petitions frequently, a special exception for a home in ag district. However, this specific property on its location is located within tier 1 of the airport study, which you can see, which was presented. It is also in your packet. It's in that tier 1 red that specifically says no residential development. With that, staff has recommended denial of the petition. And I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Any questions for staff? Staff's objection to this is that it is in the tier 1. It's not that it's residents in an agriculture area. It is just a tier 1 issue.
Correct.
Okay.
And certainly, Mr. Mundy, happy to offer some additional comment here. Certainly, the town spent 2+ years working on this comprehensive plan amendment. It was subsequently adopted by the town council. And if this methodology is something the board finds amenable to support, the logic as outlined to you in the presentation and certainly apparently supported by the airport authority, certainly a comprehensive plan amendment is probably necessary here, certainly to provide guidance to the staff and future petitioners that there will be specific circumstances that tier 1 analysis can be reviewed and reveal that with the support of the airport authority, the apparent support that can be considered by the Board of Zoning Appeals. But again, this is new territory for all of us, having a comprehensive plan that speaks directly to this very specific topic.
And I'll confess ignorance, but this plan, which has been recently approved, was this fully sponsored by the town only? Or was it in partnership with the airport authority?
It was a partnership.
It was a partnership.
Certainly 50-50, correct. And certainly just a bit more color. I do want to make very clear that the project that Mr. Broker did reference is not something that is referenced in the past. It is a project that is currently pending with the Plan Commission. It is a project that has 2006 zoning entitlements with it. Certain members of this board who are on the Plan Commission are familiar with this, the Union Woodlands, but it is a project that is currently pending with the Plan Commission.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff?
So this was just passed by the town council.
Correct, November of last year, I believe.
And Councilor Trailer is in support of this residence.
Per the PowerPoint presentation, I believe we have an email.
We do have
letter.
an email.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even though he just approved that it was non-residential district.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to,
And I
Get that clear.
believe he was in support of the comprehensive plan as a whole.
Correct. Yes.
okay.
The airport director.
Who is it? Okay. Yeah, I won't we patch him through now, Joe. Thank you.
Hi, can you guys all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
You can.
All right, great. Hi, everyone. I'm Sam Sachs. I'm the airport director at Indy Exec. I just wanted to kind of add on a little bit to what was in the presentation earlier. We did have a conversation with the petitioners, myself and Bill Fry, who's the board president of the Hamilton County Airport Authority. We did discuss a few of the nuances of building a house, where they're looking to build a house, which did include the Tall Structures Act and the noise sensitive area, which are Indiana laws that they have to follow, and certain building requirements they have to meet. In terms of the placement, we are, as an airport, not particularly concerned, considering there's already a house here that the family is at least, I know they don't own it, but their father does. So they're familiar with the aviation activity that's there. They're familiar with the airport in general, and they are not bothered by it from what they told us. So this being just a single development, the airport isn't particularly against it like we would be with a massive, development of 150 plus homes like we're seeing towards the south. So, is it ideal? Probably not, but I also understand that it's just a one-off home, and it's maybe somewhat contradictory to the plan that we passed. But at the same time, I think that plan was really focused on, again, those large developments, and less so, one-off single-family homes that are being built in rural properties. And that's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. You, in general, you would say that the tier 1 is not where development should take place, but do you think this particular home, where it's positioned, and the fact that there's another home there, it is, I hesitate to say low risk, but it is something that the airport would feel completely comfortable with?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Yeah, that's more or less our feeling on it. Is this is kind of a unique situation. These are people that are familiar with the area, familiar with the airport already. It's a single home on a property that already has a home. So in terms of, development in that particular area, it doesn't really seem to be a high risk to us. And they're also familiar with the unique, like I mentioned earlier, the codes that are required for that area, and they're willing to meet that.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Any questions for Mr. Sachs?
I got a question. So what's the number, Sam? So it's okay if we partial off one piece for one house. What about maybe not 100, but 10? Can we do 10?
No, I think 10 is a different story.
What about 7?
I would say anything that is honestly more than, And again, this is location dependent. In their specific location where they're
Well,
directly.
we've been given a location where we're not supposed to be approving new homes.
Mhm.
So in that location, what's the number?
I think this is probably it. I think it's one. I think you start building more than one, especially if you're bringing in people that are.
So then, so what number of additional acreage do we need to have to approve this one house? Is it another 3 acres? 5, 10, 100? What's the number? Because none of that ended up in our comprehensive plan that we approved, and none of it ended up in the plan that we've been working to try to support you guys on. So what's the number?
Okay, I'm not completely familiar with the acreage question you're asking. I can.
Correct, because I just made it up.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is a unique situation that we're not supporting it, but we're also not going to come out against it. Obviously, the decision is ultimately yours to make. We're just saying, as the airport, we don't see this particular instance as a particularly large concern to aviation air traffic in the area. So again, I think if you want to build multiple homes on this property, that would be a different story. But this particular instance, we don't really feel a need to come out against it per se.
Any other questions?
Could I just make a comment? And this is not specific to Mr. Jones' point, but this is not a situation in which the petitioner stood in front of a dartboard, threw a dart and decided that this was a piece of property they were going to build on. This is a situation in which the petitioner has family living in that spot, and their goal is to build a house to be able to support the family that is already living on that piece of property. So, I mean, I don't see this as in any way arbitrary. And so I think it is in that regard, very unusual circumstances, to say the least.
However, what I might note is that property is big enough to put it outside of the tier 1 zone. The majority of that property is not in the tier 1 zone.
But I remember having read that they had chosen the wooded section because they did not want to.
There's
put it in
another
the-
wooded section right next to the driveway that's not in the tier 1 zone that also would not remove agricultural ground.
And the other issue we always run into is that, the Marburgers are not going to always own this home. Once built, they can get sold to another individual. So while I can appreciate the storyline that they're there to support the family, we're just sectioning off a piece of land to build a house. It's very nice that the use will have for some point of time, but it's back to the original question. We've approved one set of commitments. We've worked with the airport to help support them in other instances and take a lot of heat for it. Yet we're going to make special exceptions.
This does put us in a difficult position, where we don't clearly have, well, we clearly have a path, but there is logic that says you could deviate from it too. Now, of interest to me, and we may ask the petitioner to come back up about the land which could be used outside of tier 1, which would not require that special exception. And
It's constitute our rebuttal. Is this our rebuttal time?
yes,
Mitch, go
if
ahead
you
on
could,
the wooded area.
So the reason we picked the area that we did is because it doesn't detract from the agricultural area of the rest of the land. Knowing that the land is zoned agricultural, the desire is to keep it agricultural. And that the wooded area that we're building makes sense from that perspective. We're out there 5 days a week. We're very familiar with the airport and what goes on there. It doesn't bother us. Actually, we enjoy it. And so that made the most sense. The area to the east, that's farmland. We want to keep it farmland.
There's a very small section of wooded area. It doesn't really give you, there will be tractors running up and down.
Yeah.
That's what's farmed right there.
Yep.
And this is the one section that isn't being used as an alfalfa field or a bean field or a corn field. And
puts us nestled back in the woods, off the road, and gives us direct sight of, back of my dad's house, the barn, horses.
And the other wooded area I guess Mr. Lake referenced is
There's
used for,
drainage that runs through there.
pardon?
There's drainage that runs through that.
Okay.
Joe, can you go to slide 3 if you're back on that? You have that up?
I think to Larry's point, it's a slippery slope when we start to approve one regardless of the story. We're asked by the town and by the airport to try and hold a line to preserve safety. And you said that there is no safety issue that is injurious by putting this house here. Well, actually, there is. It's injurious to the homeowners themselves. That we've said that this area shouldn't have houses in it because it's in that flight path. And if a plane were to come down on takeoff or landing, they in fact would be the ones that could be injured in that process. So that's the line we're being asked to tow here by the town and by the airport. And so when we allow one of these, then we've got to allow another one. And we've got to allow another one.
You don't have to.
Well, we don't have to, but we're
Right.
setting a precedent. We're setting a precedent.
It's all findings of fact,
it is.
facts with
It
respect
is.
to this
It
property
is.
alone.
But as an attorney, you're setting a precedent.
I'm not
And
saying.
you know how slippery a slope that can be. So, and then to Larry's point, so if it's one house on 3 acres and it's another house on 3 acres and it's another house on 3 acres, all of a sudden it's 10 houses on 30 acres. And then, the 10 houses aren't acceptable. And so we're just, I think we're trying to be very cognizant of that.
Totally understand. If I can, and maybe Darren can address this. I mean, again, this is a comprehensive plan amendment addition to the town's comprehensive plan, right? Under state law, you have to give due regard to the comprehensive plan.
Yes.
Right? It's not binding upon you. And so, on the airport strategic land use plan, it's a comprehensive plan that's you have to give due regard to, but that you're not bound by. So Councilor Traylor, who was on the steering committee, Sam Sachs, who was on the steering committee, Bill Fry, who was on the Hamilton County Aviation Board. These are the groups, the town of Zionsville, the steering committee, and the Hamilton County Airport Authority. And again, Councilor Traylor, who was on the steering committee, Sam Sachs, who was on the steering committee, Brian's on the town council, who approved this, have all said we can support this and think it makes sense. So that's all I would share with you. And I probably should have done more on this plan since that did not come before the BZA. President Mundy, I guess that point's well taken. You haven't seen it. It wasn't part of your process. But I would just say here are the acknowledgements, steering committee, town council, and the airport authority. 2 or 3 people of which who are here have said we're okay with it. It doesn't present a safety problem. I would just argue that that's persuasive.
And them and their organizations are also up here telling us that building houses in that zone does pose a risk. So they're talking out of both sides of their mouth on the issue. So because they're specifically telling us and Plan Commission, don't allow houses in there, but wait a minute, allow this house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions
Any
for us?
further questions?
And if I could speak real fast too, just to clarify something on that. I want to clarify the airport and the airport authority are not saying, please allow this house in there. We're not coming out, in full support of this. We're just saying we are not going to stand up here and try and fight this like we have with other neighborhoods. So we've stated our facts. We've talked to the petitioners. And yeah, I fully agree that you put a house in the flight path. I don't care if it's 1 or if it's 100. There's a concern there. There's a safety concern there. And I've had that conversation with them as well. You are going to be underneath the flight path of 40 to 50,000 annual operations a year. And there's a concern there. Now, again, statistically speaking, you put 100 homes there, there's a larger concern than 1, but there is still a safety concern there. But it is a lower concern in our opinion. That's all.
Thank you. Any further discussion within the board? Is there a motion that someone would like to make?
I move the docket 2022-13-SE, a special exception petition for the property located at 11634 East County Road 100 North Sheridan in rural agricultural zoning district be denied as presented. If approved, that's it. If approved, it shall be required the petitioner execute the right to farm acknowledgement documentation.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Any further discussion?
Yes, I have to tell you, I understand the reservations about allowing the construction of a house in an area in which a preference has been shown to not allow development. And I would understand completely why you would not want to have, and according to Mr. Jones's comments about what is N, is it 3, is it 7, is it 10? I understand that argument. But now, is this to imply that the Marburgers' parents should be moved out of that area because they're living in a high-risk place? And if you're going to say, well, no, they're 100 yards east of the high-risk place, does that make them somehow safer? I mean, are they living in a high-risk area, high-risk zone? Should she be worried about her mom and dad in the house where they're living? It just is, to my thinking, I would understand not having a high-density development or a group of houses, but I also think the chance of an individual house being hit by an airplane that's coming into that airport is probably about the same as being hit by a meteor, or lightning in this state. So I guess I don't know that argument, for me, that argument does not wash, and I would be in favor of approving this.
And I think it might be, I tend to feel the same way. We are here because we can make an exception, and the case to me is very different than probably any other we would see. How many houses are currently in Tier 1 right now? Already there, some that may have been there for years.
There's a number of houses surrounding my dad's property.
That are in Tier 1?
Yes, there are at least 4 by my count. I didn't have the exact overlay on it, but yeah, there are at least 4 other homes that are in that Tier 1 currently, that at the time of approval. And of course, the existing home that's there now was there in 2006, long before the airport study as well.
I think
We're not looking to develop the land. We're just going to build a house to live there to help take care of it.
which I get, and I'm completely sympathetic to. The challenge that I have is they're the ones placing this burden on themselves by picking this specific spot on the overall parcel. There's 50 acres, 105 acres, and they picked 3 that just happened to be in the flight path. So that's where I struck. Like the comprehensive plan didn't cause this problem because they own 3 acres. And they only own 3 acres, and 3 acres already happens to be in the overlay zone. They have anywhere around 105 acres, except for where the current house and barn are, that they could build this thing, and they happen to pick 3 acres that are in the overlay and not less than a third of the property, my guess is, actually falls within that overlay zone.
But I would argue that if you're 100 yards to the east of that line where the overlay is, are you safer? Seriously? Than you are if you're 100 yards on the edge of that overlay. I think there's an exaggeration there. I'm sorry, I don't see on the whole surface of the globe the difference there. So
I guess, and what I'd like to point out is that, the airport's been there how long? What, 50s, 60s?
70s.
Yeah.
Early 50s.
And what's transpired over the last, maybe almost decade is that the airport has indicated that they're going to be expanding their uses. They're going to be expanding their runways. They're going to probably expand buildings on their site for other purposes. So the airport has been very clear in identifying that as they expand their operations, they're going to expand the risk of planes landing and planes taking off. So between the airport and the town of Zionsville, we've worked to come up with an agreement. My understanding, all parties have agreed to, that we're going to dissuade additional development in these areas. Doesn't mean a single thing about any house existing there now needing to move or be raised or be, they should vacate. It's a matter of, we've identified a certain set of circumstances that are going to increase risk, and to be good stewards, we've made an agreement, both the town and the airport, to try to limit some of those issues. And now that it's all signed, sealed, and delivered, it's our job to enforce it. And that's it. And if the Marburgers, like Chris is pointing out, if they were on the edge of it, if Zone A just nicked the piece, we could see it. But they're dead center. And the dead center is something that's known.
Any further discussion? We have a motion that has been seconded to deny this petition. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Nay.
Aye. 3-2, the motion is denied. I'm sorry, the petition is denied. Okay, that will be included in the finding of facts at next month's meeting. Next on the agenda, 2022-14-SE, Blessed Beginnings Broadcasting, Inc. at 6630 South 200 East, Lebanon, Indiana. Petition for a special exception to provide for a wireless communication facility on a parcel in the rural general agricultural zone AG. Yes, sir. You the petitioner?
I'm
the
an attorney for the
representative?
petitioner.
Okay.
I would ask before I begin, that we could hear both of these two next ones together. They're intertwined.
That's fine. Yes, we'll vote on them separately, but you go ahead and cover both of the petitions. It's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Good evening, members of the board. For the record, my name is Rick Lawrence. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Nelson and Frankenberger with offices at 550 Congressional Boulevard in Carmel. I represent the applicant, Blessed Beginnings Broadcasting, Inc., regarding the pending special exception and development standards variance before you this evening. With me tonight are Brian Walsh, owner of Blessed Beginnings Broadcasting, and Garrett Lysiak, an engineer with Owl Engineering and EMC Test Labs out of Minnesota. Garrett also previously worked for the FCC out of St. Paul for 13 years. Brian currently operates radio stations in Warsaw and Fort Wayne, Indiana, and has contracted to purchase the FCC license for the WFNI 1070 AM radio station that operated in Indianapolis for the last 55 years. Station transmission towers and support buildings were previously located along I-65 in the town of Whitestown, but were recently removed to facilitate development of that real estate. That location is approximately 4.5 miles as the crow flies of the proposed location here in Zionsville. As noted in our explanation provided in the BZA brochure, and for historical reference, 1070 broadcast in the Indianapolis area for over 55 years before it shut down in 2021. 1070 became an important part of the community as one of only 32 50 kilowatts radio stations remaining in the United States. Brian and Blessed Beginnings wants to bring that resource back to this community, envisioning a station that would be a community resource focusing on local issues and playing oldies music, similar to its existing AM station, 1450 in Fort Wayne, Indiana. To do so, Blessed Beginnings seeks to relocate the transmission site, which would require the installation of new towers and support building on a 75-acre parcel located at 6630 South 200 East, which is at the southwest intersection of East 650 South and 200 East, and is shown on the map on the screen. This map is also located behind tab 2 of your brochure. Access to the 75-acre parcel would be via an existing grass road located adjacent to the homestead, as noted on the aerial and further detailed on this exhibit. Next, there you go. Thank you, Jim. That red arrow at the bottom indicates the access road, the grass access road. 6 transmission towers would be required, which towers would be grayed in color and erected to a height of 200 feet. The height was chosen to minimize the environmental impact as towers in this area under 200 feet do not require a warning light on the top. All 6 towers will be connected to a 20 by 20 by 10-foot control building constructed of concrete blocks. I want to note that the original request indicated a larger control building, but upon further analysis, the petitioner can commit to the smaller size building. The building would house transmitters, phasers, generator, and other equipment, with an emergency generator also located at the site. Next slide, Joe. Shown on the screen now is the proposed general location of the towers and control building, which is also behind tab 3 of your brochure. In discussions with the owner of the 75 acres, we anticipate he will continue to farm the remaining area outside of the immediate location of the towers and support building. To accomplish the above goals, Blessed Beginnings has filed the pending applications for a special exemption to permit a wireless communication facility on a parcel in the rural general agricultural zoning district and development standards variance to provide for wireless communication towers that exceed the allowable 35 feet to a height of 200 feet on a parcel in the rural agricultural zoning district. Now that I've reviewed the request in general, I want to detail why 6 towers are required and at a height of 200 feet, as that is the meat and potatoes of this request. At its most basic level, AM is different from other signals such as FM, TV, and cellular. For those others, the tower holds an antenna from which those signals emit. In an AM station, the towers are the antenna. The tower array works together to form a signal that only points in certain directions. This setup is necessary so as to avoid conflicting with other nearby stations utilizing that same frequency. Shown on the screen, Joe, next screen. Shown on this screen, you can go up, Joe, please. Skipped it. Up. Wrong way. There you go. Oh, yep, there. Shown on the screen is a map of the US with other 1070 stations noted. It's a little hard to see on the screen, but each of those circles represents another 1070 station. When you build or construct or relocate a current 50 megahertz station on the 1070 spectrum, you have to be mindful of those other stations. Technically, one wavelength of the 1070 AM frequency is 918 feet. That is important because the height of a tower antenna is set to optimize the power efficiency and should be mathematically related to that height. So in this case, the old towers that operated were 230 feet, which is 1/4 of 918 feet. In this proposal, as noted, the applicant has limited the height of the towers to 200 feet, which was done to address the environmental concerns regarding lighting on top and potentially having to paint the color of the material. Because the height is no longer optimized, the number of towers and their placement are needed in order to address any FCC concerns regarding the signal strength and its impact on nearby stations. As was detailed in the letter provided to staff earlier this week from Garrett from Owl Engineering, next slide, please. An analysis was done to further indicate if the towers could be lowered, and that resulted in insufficient efficiency to meet FCC guidelines. Well, the engineer with us tonight is more capable of describing the above and explaining the interactions with the proposed signal and related signals throughout the United States. I wanted to show the board the nighttime map that further necessitates the location and design of the tower array. Next slide. So at night, you also have to be aware of how the signals are relayed throughout the United States. And in this instance, there's a different pattern that you have to be aware of and manage for. The FCC dictates strict protection requirements to these other signals in the United States. That's why we have to directionalize, and the only possible way to do that in an AM is with multiple towers in an exact arrangement as designed by an engineer. In this instance, to protect these other stations and given the geographical territory in which the station must be located, this is why the proposal is 6 towers at 200 feet in height. I also want to mention that the station has to be relocated to an area which is within an adjacent area to where this towers previously existed, which is why this area was chosen. Next slide, please. Shown on the screen now is a specific section of the FAA guidelines regarding light standards for obstructions, with the relevant section highlighted, indicating that given the location of these proposed towers and 200 feet in height, no light on top is required. I also want to confirm that the proposed towers will be self-supporting. Next slide. There you go. That on the screen is a 200-foot self-supported AM station. While this tower does have some additional antenna on near the top, that is not proposed for this project. Also for reference, the local government officials guide and radio frequency safety FAQs from the FCC were included in your brochure behind page 4. This was only included to reference the fact that the FCC has rules and regulations that regulate the installation and potential health hazards of all different types of antenna. The FCC takes these matters very seriously, and as Garrett can elaborate if needed, licensing is dependent on meeting strict compliance with these standards. I now want to provide some context with regard to the proposed towers, which might address some of the remonstrance issues that have come up. Next slide. Circled there on the screen in yellow is a 6-tower array near Newcastle, Indiana. While this isn't exactly the location we have chosen, I wanted to bring it up because it does show a rural location for a 6-tower array. The arrow that's shown there on the site gives the view on the next slide of those 6 towers. Those are 400-foot towers guided. This is not what we're proposing to install on this location. We're proposing 200-foot self-standing towers. The next 2 slides show that tower array, which you can barely see in the upper right corner from different locations associated with that site. This one's about 0.4 miles away. And the next slide is along that State Road 38, about 0.3 miles away. And you can see those towers, those 400-foot towers in the distance. Next slide. This diagram shows the distances in miles from a couple of the different housing areas located by this site. 0.5, 0.65, and 0.65 along those areas. Comments were made regarding the diminution in value, property values. In response to those comments, I would only note anecdotally, approximately 4.5 miles to the east, next slide, there are 2 towers located in that blue box. And as you can see on this overhead aerial, there was a housing development that was being constructed in that area. Next slide. Which that housing development was completed and apparently sold out, located immediately adjacent to 2 towers. Next slide. This is an aerial view of the WTHR TV antenna, which is located down there in the bottom center. That tower is approximately 1,000 foot, and I believe it's one of the tallest towers in central Indiana. And all of these homes around this area in Carmel are $1 million homes. I just want to point out that while I understand people's concerns, towers generally have not caused people to shy away from building in these areas located next to towers or resulted in diminution of value, according to our research. With that information stated, I can have Brian answer any questions or Garrett answer any technical questions. After you hear comments from the public, we would ask that you consider both of these matters positively and turn to the findings and facts that we have already seen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Lawrence?
Has an environmental assessment been done relative to any health concerns because of the RF frequency?
Garrett's coming up. I will add that it's a very expensive process to go through installing towers. So we've bifurcated the request pretty much in 2 parts. We need the special exception and the standards variance in order to basically do the second step, which is to do the more complicated engineering. But Garrett can answer that question specifically.
Good evening. I'm Garrett Lisiak. I'm a registered professional engineer from Minnesota. Don't hold that against me, please. I presently, in my former life, I was the engineer in charge of the FCC office in St. Paul, Minnesota, and I dealt with interference and all kinds of issues. Just a little background. AM radio is a little different for interference than other forms. Over the years, AM radio, their main interference was to electronic devices like organs, telephones, audio devices. But over the years, as we know, all of these problems can be eliminated if they were interference. It was the device that was the problem, not the radio station. And over the years, as we know, people have gotten rid of landline phones, so we don't have any more interference on telephones. I haven't had an interference complaint with telephones in 20 years. We used to get complaints about organs, Hammond organs. The FCC over the years developed a brochure and addressed manufacturers to put filters in this equipment to eliminate the problem, because it wasn't the radio station, it was a device acting like a radio, and it was never intended to be. Most of the people complain today, I heard, is FM stations, for example. They would get into TV, you had amplifiers on your antennas, and that would cause a problem. That's been eliminated because you now have satellite and cable. The latest interference is 5G. And like I say to people, I have 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. Nothing changed, just the name change. The FCC does consider RF radiation a hazard as a standard. And in case of this station, before they do anything, they have to verify that the towers will have a fencing around them, because these towers are hot. They're not like FM towers with antennas on top. So the base fences around them have to be a certain distance that's approved by the FCC. And after the station is built, for example, my clients, I go out and I actually measure the radiation to make sure that there is in compliance. You also asked about the environmental concerns. Before the tower is built, they have to have an environmental study done to prove that there's not a burial site, migratory problems. So that's done in the FCC permit process. It's all part of that process, the EPA.
So the environmental assessment I was referring to is specifically in this nice big document we were given was related to health hazards.
Yes.
So not interference, not burial grounds,
Right.
health hazards.
The FCC back in 1997 developed a standard that was peer reviewed for radiation. It hasn't changed. There's two standards, an occupational standard for people working near RF devices, and there's a general public. The difference is the US standard is pretty tough. What they have is a 6-minute radiation standard for occupational. For general public, it's 30 minutes. So the standard is 5 times stronger for a general public than it is for occupational. So the FCC has addressed that. There's a very big standard. And over the years, I've worked with like high power stations. And you got to remember, the radiation diminishes greatly with distance. You can go, let's say it's 10 feet. The fences are 10 feet, you measure them. But you go 15 feet and the radiation can drop down a third of what it was. So it's very distance dependent. There's not going to be a hazard for people walking next to them or 100 feet away. There's no problem. It's not like 5G where you have frequencies that are microwave and you can't stand in front of the antennas. These AM stations, you stand in front of them all day long and not even come close to the radiation value. So there's no health hazard with AMs per se. So, and the fences protect the tower, so nobody can go and grab one because they will get shocked. So like I said, the interference issue is for AM stations has been very, very, very diminished because of the technology changes, but if you have any other questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Quick question, what about attaching other types of antennas to these antennas? Like cellular or microwave or?
These towers wouldn't be designed for that. Typically, they don't like to go on AM towers because, like I said, they're hot RF wise. So they have to have ISO couplers and all kinds of extravagant means. And these towers structurally aren't designed to have other antennas on them. They're not going to be strong.
Brian, sorry,
Good.
Brian will commit to not installing other type of antenna on these towers.
Typically, I have city clients that I think, and they don't, the cell companies, for example, avoid AM towers because they have to, because most cities and counties have a requirement in their zoning. You got to have existing structures first, and then the list goes down. And before they use an AM tower, they avoid it. Just very complicated.
So I would just say that your response to the question about environmental impact and health impact was not comforting to me, particularly when you mentioned that the impact diminishes over distance. It can be X at the site of the tower and then it gets less but there is still an impact. I mean, that's the bottom line, correct?
The RF radiation is determined as it's a hazard. I agree. But the difference is when let's say they build a station as designed, and let's say the fences have got to be 10 feet from the towers. That distance is figured out so that you never get near the radiation level to be a health hazard. And as you walk away from that antenna, the radiation level drops way down. There is no problem. I mean, with AM stations, if they have the right fencing, it's not a problem. Because I start off already protected by that fence.
It's kind of like an MRI has Gauss lines.
I
and
understand.
Pacemakers. And
Yeah, I understand.
The fence is merely a physical barrier. It doesn't do anything to diminish the irradiation, right? Am I correct?
Distance.
It's just a plain fence.
It's
that
a
keeps-
chain link fence, I would suppose, yeah.
Yeah. Well, typically they don't put metal fences up because it's a problem. They're now using plastic because you don't have to worry about grounding and all things. But you got to understand, you start off at a distance that's already well below the standard. So you can't get any worse than that. And as you go further away, it's like background. You get more radiation from the sun. One of the question, the comments have been, is why do you need 6 towers? And Rick described all these problems, but the problem is really, they have a daytime pattern and they have to protect stations, not only on 1070, they got to do 1060, 1050, 1040, and the numbers change. So when you look at their pattern, they have nulls in their pattern because they are required to protect stations. It could be 500 miles away. Then at nighttime, it gets even worse because they reduce their power from 50 kilowatts to 10, and the pattern really gets pulled in because you're protecting stations that could be 3,000 miles away. Because at nighttime, as you know, you can hear AM stations 500, 600, 700 miles away at night. The distance gets really great. So they have other protection problems at nighttime.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any members that are here tonight, any of the residents here that would like to speak for or against this project? Yes, if you'd come, just you can queue up over here if you'd like. Please give us your name and address for the record. Seeing that there are several of you, I would ask that you be relatively brief. If you're going to be saying the same thing that the person said before you, you can say it just about that quickly and then continue on. Go ahead.
Mine and Shelley Diener live at 730 South, 730 East, 700 South. We're right in direct access of these towers. And I don't understand. First, I would like to say publicly, they're both Christians, believers in Lord Jesus Christ, and we don't need to listen to, we don't actually have radio access in our house, first of all. And we don't, if we need to listen to the news, we find other means of access. I think this is a waste of towers going up. And there's plenty of other, I mean, the first letter that came out, they told us that they weren't abiding by any of the rules. And unfortunately, I don't have that letter present with me. It was a green letter. And I wish I had it with me tonight. But apparently they're supposed to, from the old site, they're supposed to be at least 7 miles northeast of the old location. They are northwest. And we heard that these towers were going to be less than 20 feet apart. I don't know if that has changed at all because it looks like the site got bigger. The original site was smaller than that. And I would like to talk on behalf of the mother-in-law of Brian Walsh, because she takes very well care of her house and her property. And I would not like to see her live under these towers. Yes, I do know, and I overheard this from one of my neighbors, that he was going to find a house for her to live in somewhere northeast of these towers. Well, if he's going to find a location, you may as well find a location for everyone else, because that's not fair for just her. I mean, yes, it's fair, but what about everyone else that has to live around these towers? Second of all, I'd like to point out, I myself had a medical condition called epilepsy. It can be caused by stress. It can be caused by nerves. It can be caused by anything. Lack of sleep, radio waves. I don't need this. I find this as a waste of time. I mean, there's plenty of land northeast that they could be building these things. And it's all because Crow is leasing it to Walsh. And if Brian would like to get up here and stand up for himself, he can admit that for himself. But I know that for a fact, because we read it in a recent letter that we got. And third of all, we heard that Crow leased it to Walsh because he didn't want to keep up the harvesting of the agricultural farmland. And apparently these towers weren't going to be an eyesore to our country setting. This is why we chose our house in the first place. It's in a nice country setting, peaceful, just like one of the other commenters before said that they're with the music going on. They like to hear all sounds of the season. I'm the same way. If it's going to be an eyesore, and 6 of them. I mean, I have an aunt that was taken.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think you need to be rather succinct here. If you could deal with some facts and not other people's opinions, let's make this a couple more minutes and then that's it, okay?
Okay, yes.
This is in the flight path of Indianapolis Airport.
That's not been said, but let's get on with the facts. And then let's let the next person speak, please.
Has Indianapolis Airport been?
That's not an issue for us.
Okay.
And my husband has also found artifacts on Bob Wiley's land of Indian arrowheads. So I would believe this to be native ground. I don't know if they found any artifacts, but I would believe it to be part of native ground.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kurt Honey. I actually live at 6630 South 200 East. So my 5 acres was sectioned off from this larger 80-acre parcel about 20 years ago. So some concerns I have would be in this statement. It says there'd be bringing resources to the community. Would be curious what those resources are that be brought to the community. I'd like to understand what kind of sound might be emitted from, not necessarily from the towers, but from the building that's being constructed, because that would be just directly across the drainage ditch from my property. And I did reach out to property evaluator, estimator, John Snell, real estate evaluation. And he said it's unclear whether or not it would affect home values. However, he said that definitely would limit potential buyer pools in the future. Some people are not going to want towers in their backyard. So obviously those people would have that choice in the future. Those of us that live there, that's wouldn't be our choice if they get put there, right? So then I guess, so Helga Walsh actually is my ex-mother-in-law. She lives 29 feet behind me on the same property. So I guess I would say I was disappointed in Brian that I had never heard anything about this. He did reach out to me on the 19th. I didn't have his phone number, so I didn't know who was calling. I thought it was a spam call, but obviously he's known that he was looking to do this more than 3 weeks. I would say I was disappointed that he never reached out. So, but I think that's all my concerns at this point.
So that you're interested in knowing what sounds are going to be produced from the control building there. Home values, effect on home values is unclear, but it might reduce the market.
And what they'll bring to the community.
And the
What they're bringing.
value to the
Benefit.
community.
The benefits of the
Community
community.
benefit.
Yeah. And we can't answer those things, but these are the people that can. And then I think we can get some of this perhaps from the staff, and we may have to dig further as well.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brad Hulse. My wife and I bought land at 1836 East, 600 South 31 years ago, built our dream home. We are a half a mile north of this proposed project, and our house faces south. So these towers will be in unfettered direct line of view of our front porch, our kitchen, our home. In addition to having lived there for 31 years, I've been a resident of Lebanon for 55 of my 67 years. We find the idea of sitting on our front porch, looking at these 6 200-foot transmission towers, just reprehensible. I will say that when I lived in the town of Lebanon, I often, daily drove I-65 to and from Indianapolis. I remember when those towers were off of I-65. And in all of those years that I went back and forth between Indianapolis, not once do I remember anyone saying to me, "Aren't those towers just the most attractive things you've ever seen? I wish we could find land so we could live closer to them and have them in our view." I also want to tell you that a few years ago, when Whitestown and Zionsville were at odds over the annexation of Perry Township, my wife and I were all in for Zionsville, including help pay Kent Franzen's time and effort to represent Perry Township. Because we frankly believe that not only was the tax situation more attractive, but we believe that Zionsville would be more likely to protect our property value than would Whitestown. And I'm hoping that you'll prove me right on that. Not only do we cringe at the thought of an unfettered view of these towers and the potential loss of property value, or at the very least, loss of potential buyers, we are concerned about potential interference. I don't own in Hammond, Oregon, but I do still have a landline. We have no access to DSL or cable. Everything that we receive through television or internet is by satellite only. And these towers are 20 times more than 20 times more powerful than anything Mr. Walsh operates. And I have a great concern about his experience with operating towers of this magnitude and power. You know, frankly, the reason he wants this land is because I don't know if it's his mother or his mother-in-law lives there, and he can acquire it cheaply. It was earlier observed in this meeting that there's limited patience for people who don't do their due diligence when they buy land. Well, I didn't have the opportunity to perform due diligence. These towers were not here when we bought our land 31 years ago. And so, unfortunately, then whoever may one day buy our land will be doing their due diligence. And I am concerned that it will limit the number of people who will look at our land. These towers will bring little or no benefit to the town of Zionsville, but it will potentially destroy property value for a lot of residents who've been established in that neighborhood for decades. So I just ask you, even though we're 9 to 10 miles west of Zionsville, we are now a part of you. And I would ask you that you would respond to our concern as though those towers were being built across the street from your properties. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. So interference with things like landline phone, property value, view, TV reception, and the benefit to the community.
Right.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Tanya Fisher, and I reside at 1805 East 700 South Lebanon with my husband, Tom. And from the looks where those towers are going to be, I'm going to be looking right at them, right out my front window every day. And I know that what I was going to get up here and say was ditto, because I agree with everything that everybody said. I don't know a lot about towers. I know they're ugly. They're 200 feet tall, and there's 6 of them. They're so small, 200 feet tall. But that when you were talking about, they keep saying that the radiation goes down the farther you get away. But I didn't really hear whether anything environmental study had actually been done yet when they were talking about it. And I'm pretty close to where those towers are going to be. And my life doesn't have to be shortened because of an unknown. I'm old, yeah, but should it be any shorter? Because, well, we don't know. It might not impact you in some way. So sorry, I'm really nervous. I'm not a speaker like this up here. And, it's basically what everyone else said. They're not going to enhance our way of life. When these towers, if something happens and the 1070 or whatever AM station it is, goes defunct, what'll happen to those towers? They'll still be there. What's going to become of them? Will they turn into something else? It's too many unknowns, and I just don't want to look at it all the time. Quite frankly, I want to be able to sit outside, and there are no trees. Like they were showing the pictures, and there were tree lines with the towers. These are fields, and you can see all the way to the next road, 600. We're just going to see the towers, a line of 6. And I think that I might even be what I call a blast zone, where the towers supposedly power down at night. But to get to Indianapolis, they're going to be right through. Yeah, I'm right there. So I do appreciate your time. I'm hoping, and I also had the same thought, that was the reason that people wanted Zionsville in Perry Township to incorporate us, because this very same thing, Whitestown, building. and you guys felt would be a little bit more stewards of the land. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Fisher.
Hello, my name is Jane Goshi. I live at 1650 East, 700 South. I would be directly south of the towers. And I agree with what my neighbors have previously said. I also take my dog and I walk back amongst those fields every day for exercise. It keeps us off the road. It keeps us safe. I'm not going to feel safe with those back there now because it's like health reasons. Yeah, you can tell me that radiation is dropping off, but 10 years from now, they say I've got cancer. I mean, I know it's part of life. It can happen. You can walk out the door and get hit by a bus, but I don't see any benefit to us there. And one of my biggest concerns are, I get my internet from I-lines off of her elevator, and it looks like that's all going to be in direct line. I've talked to a gentleman at I-lines. He doesn't think there will be any problems. I work from home. If it bothers my internet, I don't have an office to go to. I either have to go find another place to work or I lose my job. So there's something else to consider, because right now nobody can say it shouldn't bother it. They don't know. There's 6 towers. That's a lot of frequency and airwave and everything going on. So thank you.
Ms. Goshi. And so you're with the one concern I heard there, I haven't heard of, is access to your I-line for internet service. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Patricia Alcorn. I live at 7017 South, 200 East, kind of cattywampus from where all those towers are going to be. I will see them outside the orientation of my home, and our patio and our fire pit based directly at them. We have been there for over 15 years, and the towers were not even thought of back then. I would not move near them. And when I made a comment to Mr. Walsh, he just said, well, I have 1 foot from my house. Well, he chose that. I did not. I'm concerned about health issues and interference. I am not an expert. I don't know all this. But I just wanted to put my 2 cents in, and I agree with the others. We don't want them there. I've lived in Zionsville for about 20 years and moved into Indy for a while and then wanted to get back out in the country. And so we intentionally looked the place away from all of that. We found it, we built our home, and we want to stay there till we are no longer living. But I know Zionsville is a good town, and they do take care of the land and look at what options may be available for things that are intrusive to people. And I just ask that you do consider this, that we don't want this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Alcorn.
Hi, I'm Sean Shelf, and I live at 7125 South, 200 East in Lebanon. I lived there 30 years with my husband, Richard, and I submitted previously to the board a 3-page letter detailing all of our concerns regarding all of this. So I won't go over any of that, hoping that everyone has read that. I certainly hope so, but I did want to address some of the things that were addressed by the petitioner's representatives tonight. And part of that was the wireless radiation, the hazards. And all of that was, they had provided the FCC FAQ to you, which is quite old and outdated. And, FCC is a captured industry anyway. But one thing I did want to read that I found before I came was there has actually been a federal court ruling recently against the FCC. And I'll just read the short excerpt of it, if you don't mind. On August 13th, 2021, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit ruled the Federal Communications Commission ignored scientific evidence and failed to provide a reasoned explanation for its determination that its 1996 regulations adequately protect the public against all harmful effects of wireless radiation. There's a lot more to it, but that's the gist of it. It isn't conclusively safe. That's just what it is. FCC says it's safe. They fall back on FDA, EPA, the WHO. I had a reference in my information that I sent to the board. There are references out there of the actual health hazards, and it has not been confirmed to be safe. So I just wanted to pound on that, actually, and also wanted to say the measurable compliance, that is for a short amount of time. For the general public, that's measured for 30 minutes. We live there 7 days a week, all year round, 24 hours a day. I don't work, so I am home most of the day. So I am exposed to it, living less than half a mile from these towers. I have made it a point to educate myself as soon as I found out about this project. And I feel like, certainly I'm not an engineer, I'm not an expert, but I feel like I have a good handle on this. And there's no reason to have it. Co-location is a real thing. I know that the engineer said that the AM towers don't support that. It's a real thing. I provided a reference in my letter for that. So if there is, I can't remember what you called it, but a designation that if you do approve this, please do not. But if you do, please say that they cannot use co-location. There's a ton of money to be made in that for the owner, Brian Walsh. But more exposure for us, because the more things that scab onto it is the more wireless radiation. And the AM signal, while it is quite different than FM, 5G, et cetera, is still within what is defined as wireless radiation and RF, EMF. And so it is a concern. So it all does fall under that. I did have a few questions that I wanted to throw out. If the petition says that it's the Blessed Beginnings is contracted for under contract for the FCC license. I know that 2 of the stations that Mr. Walsh has are under his personal name, and one of them is under Blessed Beginnings. And I know that Blessed Beginnings is a nonprofit, something to do. He's affiliated with schools. There's no information out there. I don't know what that means, but I don't know if that will change anything. Being, will this be personally licensed to him, or will it be licensed to Blessed Beginnings? Because then there are other things about the nonprofit that we may need to look into, that he may not be fulfilling his requirements of that. And then wanted to know about the copper radials that I assume that those are below grade, but it wasn't specified in the petition. So that's something. Is that something that's going to run across the field? Is that something that's going to be buried? Just a quick question about that. And then I guess the last thing I'll close with is that we've been told time and time again that FCC requires the towers to be located northwest of the original site. And this is clearly southwest. I provided a map for that showing the exact location of everything. So it shouldn't even be here if that's truly what the FCC requires. And then as long as WIBC, the old WIBC, WFNI, being such a valuable resource for the community, then why did they sell out so easily? I mean, it isn't. AM is a dinosaur. It's old technology. And I realize it's AM digital, which I also explained in my information about how that differs, that if you don't have the special HD receiver, you can't even get it on an analog receiver. And almost 70% of cars right now in the study that was done in the telecom industry that I also linked in my information, that they don't even listen to HD radio. They listen to streaming or hook up their phones. So I think it's a useless project.
Ms. Sell, I can safely tell you that I think that this body has an answer to none of those. We don't know.
Maybe you could ask the petitioner those questions.
The petitioners would be able to answer some of those.
Good evening, board, and thank you for your time. My name is Jim Hurst. My wife and I are 25, 26-year residents of Zionsville, but just the past couple of years out in Perry Township, where my wife found a horse farm and moved us right at the start of the pandemic.
Can you state your address, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, 7175 South 200 East. So I am literally here with my neighbors. It is safe to say that had these towers been erected or announced when we were looking for property, we probably would have driven on and not been in this area. We have a beautiful home on a 5-acre parcel and 12 acres or so of farmland behind that, where my wife grows some hay and has some horses. And I can tell you the Boone County assessor is rather excited by the 5-acre parcel and the price they've assigned to it. I think if these towers go up, I'll have another reason to go speak with them about that. I do echo everything my neighbors have brought to you. I do want to call out specifically, there is a letter in your file from a Mr. Tony Carroll, who is a neighbor of ours. That is a very well-written letter inviting everyone to look forward to what this southern part of Boone County and this very western part of Zionsville could be. And I hope you will read that letter and reread that letter and think about what we could be doing over in this section of Zionsville, out in Perry Township. The town is currently, I believe, and Wayne, I know could certainly correct any vocabulary I've got wrong here, is working on a common code for zoning throughout Zionsville, including Perry Township. And the town is starting to work on a comprehensive plan. And certainly before we would approve special exceptions such as this, ones that are argued against by the neighbors, maybe we all should have a chance to get together and talk about this comprehensive plan before we allow projects like this to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hertz. Ed.
My name is Bonnie Wiley Kincaid. I live at 1905 East, 700 South. As you turn on 700, I'm the first house. I built that house in 1978, and I was shocked to hear about these towers because none of us were notified. And then I'm really surprised about the Hammond organ. I've got an organ in my house that is big bald one. It's not a Hammond, but it's a bald one. And I have a landline. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone online, Mr. Rust? No? Okay, thank you. Any questions that we have here from the board members? No. Hopefully the petitioner will have taken note of some of those. If you didn't, I can give them to you, but in just a moment, we'll ask you to at least address some of these so that we know what your answer is. Okay, thank you. Can we get the staff report, please?
Certainly happy to provide that, Mr. Mundy. I certainly appreciate Mr. Lawrence suggesting that both these matters be combined for discussion, as that's highly relevant to your process. As certainly the petition of 14 SE is a petition designed to review a special exception request for wireless communication towers that are 35 feet tall. The variance that's in front of you tied to this 15 DSV seeks to increase that height to a maximum of 200 feet. The special exception itself could not be considered without the favorable consideration of the variance request. Certainly the matter that's in front of you, there is ample technical data provided to you for consideration. Certainly if there's any analysis you would like done, staff is happy to facilitate that. Was not done prior to this evening. The materials were provided certainly within the state statute window, which mandates the report be provided to you within 5 days of the hearing. And so the materials simply aren't mentioned in the staff report, but certainly are in front of you this evening. Certainly staff is not here to offer any statements on the energy, the RF, the environmental. That's certainly the petitioner can address that, but certainly your special exception process speaks to the items as listed in the zoning ordinance for its review, certainly consistency with the comprehensive plan, and it does speak to proposal would not be injurious to the property, to the adjacent area or adjacent values. Certainly, there's been testimony this evening that certainly can land on either side of that combination of topics related to property values. And certainly, the proposed use will not be injurious to the public safety, comfort, community moral standards, and convenience in general. Personally, the petitioner has provided findings to you for your consideration. The variance process is speaking to the height request. Certainly, the height request as documented by the petitioner is speaking to the need for that height for the project that's intended. The variance is something for your consideration as the staff report is assembled. Staff was recommending a continuance. We did not have the information and for staff to review to provide you a recommendation on the height, and certainly when that information came in, staff has not had the opportunity to review it as we were busy moving on to other reviews and other items in preparation of tonight's meeting. Certainly, testimony provided by the petitioner can certainly be considered, however, as evidence, and certainly provide you guidance as to is the height something that the board it finds supportable and approvable. Again, staff's recommendations do stand. It feels, at least for a continuance, as to give staff time to review the technical data that's provided, give that to the Department of Public Works. Certainly, if we happy to engage an RF expert to review any information that's provided to you. If you determine that the testimony provided this evening needs that type of analysis, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I assume that staff this is the document you're referring to with regard to digestion in 5 days.
Correct. That, among other information regarding the RF, the daytime, nighttime, various, and certainly to say that staff is unfamiliar with radio towers is not. No one has said that. I mean, we're certainly as staff, 20+ years experience with different petitions just on my own, reviewed various radio tower requests in Hancock County, Marion County, for example, and certainly those have been FM. I don't have experience with AM, but certainly believe that knowledge is transferable regardless.
Well, I can't speak for other members, but I looked through this, but it is one, read time, and two,
Greek.
Understanding.
Greek.
Yeah, understanding what you've read afterwards. So I think we, and I can't judge the competency of the rest of the board in terms of interpreting all of that, but I think we do need some of it distilled into an understandable language. Larry Jones probably understood it all, but I didn't.
He's done his diligence, no doubt.
Hey.
Any questions for staff?
I do have a couple comments though, of course, wouldn't sit still. Recently we had the solar field proposal come to us, and there was a lot of holes in their presentation, but underneath there was a general benefit being provided and probably the need for some sort of alternative energy, and solar might be it. Plus, part and parcel of the reason they were picking those sites is that portion of Indiana sits at a crossroads of some major utility lines. So it was, probably kind of an efficient location for the type of alternative use of agricultural land that was being proposed. This one here, no one's really pointed out any clear benefit to anybody other than the property owner. Doesn't seem to be any benefit to Zionsville. Certainly doesn't seem to be any benefit to the people of Perry Township. Regardless of the amount of radiation, whatever, it's fairly common knowledge. And, one of the things I'm sitting over here doing is thumbing through a whole batch of articles that, AM is truly a bit of a dinosaur. And my core concern would be so if WIBC goes away, what's the next use for this? They are entitled to be radio towers, and we don't know what the next radio thing might be. And finally, a lot of the residents of Perry Township sided with joining Zionsville specifically to have their agricultural lifestyle preserved. And this has nothing really to do with agriculture. In fact, that the land seems to be productive. There's a beautifully maintained, regulated drain that runs through all this area. I just, the petitioner has not shown a need other than their own personal want. And it hasn't really been particularly accepted by anybody to date. So I don't see any reason that we should really move this forward or continue it for additional data.
I would agree, because I think that the elements that are, for me, the most decisive are not the technical, how does this all work elements, but the face of it, of having these, what I would call ginormous towers sitting, where they're visible to everybody, and providing what seems to me to be a service that perhaps no one is asking for. And that would be sharing of information and oldies but goodies, music. So yeah, I would not be inclined also. I agree with Mr. Jones on this.
I concur that we have not heard what any benefit will be derived from residents of Perry Township or Zionsville or the county for that matter. So I'm failing to see that, but I would assume that there's something, and we should be able to hear that from the petitioner. In addition to some of the other points that the residents raised, which probably do get, some of them at least get into the very technical area when it comes to health and radiation exposure and that sort of thing. Those are important questions, but the simple one for me is, what's in it for the county, the town? What do we get out of this, and why should we approve it? So with that, and the petitioner back at the stand, maybe you could start with those.
I'd appreciate the time to try to answer that question. I think the best person to answer that is Brian Walsh, with the one who was proposing to bring the station back. I'll reserve any comments or responses to the other issues, because I think you guys have kind of narrowed down that this is your main issue to talk about and hear about. And if we can't maybe get over this hurdle, then the technical stuff, I'm not sure is maybe worth talking about at this point in time. So I'll let Brian speak now.
Good evening, I'm Brian Walsh. Thank you for the opportunity. What we've done at our other markets in Warsaw and Fort Wayne is we've involved the community at a local level. We're extremely local. We work with Warsaw Community Schools. We work with their Career Center program. The students up there have the ability that they wouldn't get unless they were in a paid college setting. They get this basically for free. And then the high school gives them college credits. They do broadcasting of basketball games. They do broadcasting of football games. And we want to bring the same local impact here. Now on the community side, at least in our market, there's not as many coverings of meetings similar to this. In Fort Wayne, Mayor Tom Henry does a State of the City address. That was on February 9th. We broadcasted that on WGL, one of our properties up there. In Warsaw on March 9th, Mayor Joseph Tomer did the same thing. We broadcasted that on WIOE. What I'm trying to convey is, from a community such as Zionsville, Perry Township, the county, that doesn't have those voices or that ability for those students in the schools, which is what we want to try to formulate when we get into this community too, if we get into this community, is similar to what we've done up in those other markets of Fort Wayne and Warsaw. You have any other specific questions about the programming?
Yes, I think the things you mentioned there, Mr. Walsh, were localized, very localized. Now, I'm assuming, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming that the broadcast area for this station would be much bigger than Zionsville.
Correct. The city license the FCC has is Indianapolis. And this particular location has to fit within, as Garrett said earlier, the specifications of the FCC. The FCC's purpose is to keep other stations from interfering. So when you turn on your television, you use your cell phone, you use a radio, it doesn't interfere with that service, adjacent channels, and it gets real technical, but I won't go into that with you there. But back to the local thing, we're pretty local. a lot of the stations, the way they get programmed is it's on what's not exactly community oriented, but it's what is marketable and sellable. Blessed Beginnings is a nonprofit corporation, so our business model is completely different. We have a whole different set of support through donors. Most of our support is through corporations.
Other questions from Mr. Walsh? From a tax standpoint, from a revenue standpoint, does the county, the town benefit in any fashion? This is a not-for-profit, did you say?
The corporation is a non-for-profit, correct? Up in our area up there, we do pay some taxes. We don't pay the personal property taxes, but we do pay where the buildings, the physical real estate sets, the tower sites that we have in Kosciuszko County, we pay on that ground there. There's 10 acres up there. And Fort Wayne, it's everything I have except for 101 is a very urban area. In Fort Wayne, there's it's 266,000 people live directly underneath that tower right there. And so we get, we're taxed for that. I think $6,600 a year is what the Allen County tax rate is on that property up there.
So you're a 501c3 or 501c4?
C3.
And to the other point which Mr. Jones made, many of us, I mean, myself included, I don't think I've listened to an AM station. I don't remember when I last listened to an AM station. So maybe there's something there that I'm missing, but the audience, evidently there's enough to make this viable. I'm struggling with who listens and how do you make.
Well, these are great questions. I'll take WIOE 1450 for an example. We purchased that from Adams Radio out of Minnesota in 2019. And the station had a lot of past history, but really hadn't moved the needle any since, I believe 2017 was the last time it had any ratings. In today's I stand here, we've got a 2% share on the station that we've had for 3 years, and it's AM. And when we did a project, we had the tower painted end of last year. And when they were painting the tower, the station was off the air. Within 13 minutes, there were people calling up, why is the station off there? What's going on? Markets are different. And in Fort Wayne, it works real well. In Warsaw, it works real well. I can't speak because I don't have anything down here in Zionsville, how it's going to work down here. Up there, it works extremely well for us. We've done wonders with AM and FM. The AM, we've had the most growth, probably more than our FM stations.
This station was previously owned by Emmis, right?
It's still owned by Emmis, yes, ma'am. It's under a station temporary authorization, FCC. You can't just turn them off the air. The FCC has to issue you permission to turn them off the air.
Okay, and so the original location was the property was sold, is that right? I mean, why did they end up
Correct.
shutting down
That's
that?
I believe a strip mall was going in there, and Rick could probably answer that a little bit
So
better.
was that a financial decision on their part?
That was a financial
So
decision.
the property was worth more than the station
Then
was
the
worth.
station. Emmis is a publicly traded company.
Right.
They have a responsibility to stockholders. It's a completely different business model. And if they have an opportunity to monetize, let's say you had $50,000 invested in their company, you would want to get a rate of return. They have that responsibility to you and the other stockholders.
So hypothetically, let's say that you get granted these exceptions that you're asking for, and 2 years from now or 3 years from now, you find that this is not a profitable marketplace and that you can no longer sustain operations. What then happens to these 6 200-foot towers and the building that you've constructed?
Well, I could, if it's fine with the board, we could write it into the agreement that they would have to be removed, the building as well, and then you could return the property. I've seen this in past things. You have to put the property back the way it was prior to that. This property is not going to change that much. It'll be graded because the towers, you can't have one a little higher than the other. It has to all be level, like you'd put a road into the street here in Zionsville. So there's not going to be too much change. And Crow plans on still farming it. I'm not sure what kind of crops he's going to put in there, but he's going to farm farm around the area.
So you'll be leasing the space.
Yes,
that
we're
is
leasing
required for the
this
Towers.
from Crow Farms, correct?
All right. Any other questions, Mr. Walsh? Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Among the board, do we need more information? Have we heard enough to make a decision? You know, personally, this document and the other we received are not digestible in the days that we had. There's still a lot of things I don't know about it. I have some of the same concerns that some of the demonstrators voiced, as well as those that Larry Jones voiced. Still have questions in my mind, but we need to either push it down the road or put it up for a vote, I think.
Well,
I agree.
go ahead. Great, Kathy.
I agree with you that that learning more about how radios operate is probably not going to be useful in my decision-making process. And I think that I have heard enough regarding the health, safety, and welfare of the local residents, the impact that this will have on property values of the surrounding properties and so on, for me to feel not inclined to accept these exceptions.
Well,
Yeah, I was just going to kind of add the Jeffrey Light Career Center still has JEL, which still actually broadcasts on an FM basis. And then they also do an online program. The Zionsville High School, huh?
FM or AM?
FM.
FM.
But the point is, if the Zionsville High School system sends a busload of kids back and forth every day to JEL for different career type opportunities. So if there's kids at Zionsville want to learn about radio, it's readily available. Anyways.
One of the things that I think this group has always done, and that is to listen to the residents. And I suspect we got probably a good cross-section of how residents in the area feel about it. These things are probably never, I can't remember which one of the residents it was that said he's never heard anybody look at a field of towers and say, what a beautiful sight. Nobody wants them. They're great as long as they're not in your backyard. And I think we've always paid attention to what those who are most impacted by the sight of something different have to say about it. So I would suggest then, if there is a motion, let's put it out and let the board make that decision.
Okay, I'll make a motion. I move that docket number 2022-14-SE, a special exception petition for the property located at 6630 East County Road 200 East, Lebanon, in the Rural Agricultural Zoning District, be denied.
Thank you, Mr. Wade, and second by Mr. Jones. Any further discussion? Those in favor of denial for petition 2022-14-SC, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion is denied. We also have petition 2012-15-DSV, which accompanies this. There's a motion on that petition.
Do you need that petition if you can't
Well,
have the use in general? Or would that fall off naturally?
I don't think there would be any benefit to them getting that variance, but as a pending petition, you should take action on it.
Yeah, so we should take action on the DSV as well.
So then I would move that docket number 2022-15-DSV development standards variance for the property located at 6630 South County Road 200 East to allow construction of 6 200-foot tall wireless communications towers, which exceeds the allowable height maximums in the Rural General Agricultural Zoning District AG, be denied.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Mrs. Postaway, further discussion? Those in favor of the motion to deny petition number Z2022-15-DSV, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. It is denied.
We do thank you for taking the time to listen to the petition and the remonstrators this evening and making an informed decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. The finding of facts for these two petitions will be continued to next month so that they'll be prepared and signed for the board to provide their signature at that time.
May I request a 5-minute bathroom break?
We have a request for a 5-minute bio break. Yes.
Thank you.
Ow.
Turn me off. Hmm.
Back.
I think the rest of these are pretty easy though.
Pretty quick.
I think so. I think the rest of these will be easier.
All right, board members are all here. I will point out to the board that we can make a decision. Our rules state that after 10 o'clock, we can cease to hear cases. That is our decision. We can do that, or we can continue on. So let's hear from the board how you would like to treat the rest of the agenda, the rest of the docket this evening.
My guess is next month's not going to get any better.
I guess I would ask if any of these are so time sensitive that they really need to be taken up this evening. That would be the one question.
I'm already at home.
So not right.
We're very happy about that.
Hey, I'm nursing a broken leg here, guys. Give me, all right, but.
Okay, all right. Quit skiing.
Yeah, well.
For those of you who are still on the docket, Stroh's Sanders, Foresight Properties, and Alton's Road Stand. Any of these time sensitive?
President Monday, I'm Drew Meyer. I'm here on behalf of Alton's and ours.
All right,
I'm here on behalf of Foresight Properties. And is it time sensitive?
and is it time sensitive?
I'm sorry,
Is it time sensitive?
it is, but we'll chat a little bit about it. Staff has represented, any, time sensitive issues connected with this one. I'm allowed to present out extremely brief.
We have others that I have.
My experience on this has been that when we get to this point, we're going to ask you to be brief and we're going to be quick. If it's fine with everyone, including Mr. Jones, we'll continue. Let's wrap it up.
You're good.
Don't look at me.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay, I'm fine.
Docket 2022-16-DSV, Droz at 305 South 9th Street. Petition for the development standard variance to provide for a number of items, and we'll let you go through those for us and let us understand the project.
Good evening. My name is Amy Droz, and I live at 305 South 9th Street in Zionsville. I commend your stamina, and I will be brief.
Thank you.
Although you do have the potential to be the highlight of these freshman high school boys' spring break, since they tell me they're the only kids left in Zionsville. And we want a garage. They want a garage. So I am asking for a garage. There are several variance requests we are looking to seek so that we can build a 2-car garage with finished space above it. Number one is we will exceed the allowable lot coverage by about 1.5%. So we're looking for a variance on that front. The current plan would deviate from the side yard setback and the aggregate side yard setback. Both property line sharing neighbors have expressed support. One house actually is currently vacant, but I have spoken with her and she has expressed support. And there is a letter in the file for the other neighbor who is supportive, in addition to 3 other neighbors in our little neck of the woods that have expressed written support for the project. And then finally, we're asking to memorialize a driveway that before we started this process, didn't realize was in an incorrect spot. Briefly, the property, I believe, was at some point divided into 3 parcels. So we're just trying to work and do the best we can with some quirky lot lines that we're left with, and build a garage that will also allow us to utilize a driveway so that cars can be parked in the driveway as well as the garage. The house technically has 2 front yards. And so I'm not sure if you're familiar with Plum Street, but it's a very narrow street. So whatever we can do to keep cars off of the driveway, I think would be appreciated by all neighbors. And these 2 are going to be driving shortly. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any questions for the petitioners? Hearing none. Are there anyone here to speak for or against this project? Seeing none, do we have any online? Could we have the staff report, please?
Yes, I think the petitioner did a good job going through the requests. I'll go through them briefly. As they stated, they are wanting to do a detached garage, which will not meet the side, I'll back up. Since this is a corner lot, there's 2 front yards, therefore they have 2 side yards. They're not meeting one of the side yard setbacks and also the aggregate. They're slightly over the allowable lot coverage. And then memorializing the existing driveway, which is required to be 5 feet. And it's essentially right on the property line. staff is in favor of all those requests, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff?
Hey, did sidewalks get picked up in the lot coverage ratio?
We don't have sidewalks.
Are you talking about the sidewalks that go to the front door? Like the,
Yeah, I'm just thinking front door and anything between the garage and the house.
the front sidewalk, there's a front sidewalk from the house, that wouldn't be counted as lot coverage. I believe there's a gravel pad that would be counted towards,
There-
would be counted towards lot coverage.
Yeah, there's a covered front porch that was counted in the lot coverage, as well as a gravel dining fire pit area that was counted.
In the notes we have here, based on your staff report, we're only over 0.82%, if I'm reading that right, because you said they get a 2% bump for pervious surface.
Right, with the pervious, the 2% pervious, then yeah, technically they're really only over less than 1%.
Well,
Coverage.
I'll ask another question then, because there's a little inconsistency here. I see the 0.82 because of the 2% for the pervious material. And back in motion area, it's coverage up to 41.34, and I couldn't find any tie to that 41.34.
In 40, it's the 41.34 is in the motion.
Yes.
Right.
Everywhere else, it talks about 37.82.
I'm gonna assume that that is an error.
Okay.
Should be the 37.
All right, so if we get to that point, whoever is making a motion, then you can just correct that as you make it. There's no questions of staff. We have no demonstrators. Is there a motion?
Sure. I move that docket number 2022-16-DSV Development Standards Variance to provide for a deviation from the side yard setback to 1 foot 6 inches and an aggregate side yard setback of 6 foot 6 inches for the construction of a detached 2-car garage at 305 South 9th Street, Zionsville, in the Urban Residential Village Zoning District, RV, be approved as filed based upon the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plan and concepts.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second? Second, Mr. Paquel. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
I move the docket number 2022-16-DSV Development Standards Variance to provide for an increase of lot coverage up to 37.82% for construction of a detached 2-car garage at 305 South 9th Street in the Urban Residential Village Zoning District, RV, be approved as filed based upon the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans and concepts.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Thank you, Mr. Paquel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
I move that docket number 2022-16-DSV Development Standards Variance to provide for memorialization of the existing driveway, which is less than the required 5 feet setback to a 0 feet setback at 305 South 9th Street in the Urban Residential Village Zoning District, RV, be approved as filed based upon the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans and concepts.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Paquel. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
And your kids aren't the only ones home during spring break.
This is a chance to see government at work.
Next item is docket number 2022-17-SE. C. Sanders, 11931 East 100 North Sheridan, Indiana. There's also, you're going to cover both of these. So there's also a 2022-18-DSV, same location, one for a special exception, the other for a design standard variance. So if you would give us a little background and information on this petition.
Okay, my name is Cody Sanders, and
I'm Rachel Earl.
yeah, we bought this property together off my family, and it had a I don't know, a squatter in it, I guess you could call. And we acquired it in November. We finally got him out January 3rd. So the house, I'm a commercial demo contractor. The house needed torn down. As you can see in the picture, it's awful. It had asbestos transite falling off of it. And, the current people who live there kept coming back. The neighbors kept calling us saying they saw flashlights in the house. And so we just basically went there and leveled everything of sentimental, thought to whoever previously, lived there. There's multiple people. We had theft. Someone tried to steal my demolition bucket from my skid steer. So we were asking for variance to build a garage. So we put up security cameras, put equipment in there, a lawnmower, just while we build our house, we'd have a secure place to put things other than an ugly storage container. So that was our request.
And the need there is because you anticipate completing the secondary building before you have the primary residence.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right. Any question for the petitioners? Seeing none, are there any remonstrators here to speak for or against this petition? We have none online. Thank you. We have a staff report.
So I think the petitioners did a good job summarizing. The special exception is again for this single family home to be permitted in the ag district. There was a previous home on the site which they demolished. Therefore, it loses its nonconformity and needs the special exception for the residents. I will note that it is in tier 4 of the airport study, which does not have any restriction for residential development. Going on to the variance, there, from what I understand, are planning on pulling the building permits at the same time for both the residents and the barn. And then obviously completing the barn first. Staff did put a stipulation that the primary dwelling be substantially completed within 6 months of the completion of the barn. With the primary dwelling, a minimum, a temporary C of O be obtained. With that, staff is in favor of both the variance and the special exception.
Is staff willing to amend the 6 months to 8 months? And the only reason I say that is materials are very hard to procure right now. Garage doors
Yeah,
are 30 weeks.
I was going to push it out to 2 years.
Yeah, I'm just concerned we're going to give them 6 months and they're not going to be able to occupy the
Yeah.
house because they can't get their materials.
We need to be reasonable.
Understood. That's up to you all, but.
Okay.
understand for your-
And we're also doing like a custom home, so it's not going to be just a throw together.
It's not like a pre-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So just architectural plans alone will probably take a month, just to get everything approved.
And you do realize you are in farmland, so the right to farm is an obligation you're going to have to commit to. You got to put up with farming. And as staff mentioned, you are near the airport. You're not in a restricted area in terms of housing, but you will have some airport noise. So with that, if there are no other questions, is there a motion?
Did we just, real quick, did we discuss an actual date? So just a point of clarification, you're going to go out, the homeowners are going to go out and build the garage accessory building first.
Correct.
And are you going to build the home at the same time? Or are you going to get the building done first and then follow up with the house?
Follow up with the house.
Okay, they're going to need more than 8 months.
So,
Nothing personal. I have all the faith in the world for it.
yeah, so we can do
We also have
12
to
months,
do
Larry, but
drainage.
it's the way it's written, it's from when the barn is completed.
That's fine.
So
I
I'll
just
take
thought 6 or 8
a
was a little
stab at a
aggressive.
motion and you can amend it if you see fit. But that's actually the second motion. So
We'll take all the months we can
I move that docket number 2022-17-SE, a special exception petition for the property located at 11931 East County Road 100 North, Zionsville in the Rural Agricultural Zoning District be approved based upon the staff report and the proposed findings, and that the petitioner execute a right to farm acknowledgement documentation.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Postaway. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And design standard variance.
If I can find that sheet here. All right. I move that docket number 2022-18-DSV Development Standards Variance to provide for the accessory structure to be constructed and completed before the primary located at 11931 East 100 North Sheridan in the Rural Agricultural Zoning District be approved as filed based upon the findings of fact and in substantial compliance with the submitted site plans and concepts, and that the house be completed no more than 12 months after the completion of the barn.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Good luck with your building.
Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
Next item is docket number 2022-19-M, Foresight Properties LLC, which is Ansley Park located at 5345 and 5395 South US 421 in Zionsville.
Thank you. For the record, Mike Andreoli, 1393 West Oak Street. We're seeking a modification of some commitments that were adopted in 2017. Just a very brief history. This was going to be a Fisher's Homes development. I did not represent Foresight back at that time. And going back through trying to reconstruct what had occurred back then, it appeared that Fisher Homes was going to build a pretty high-end line in the Ainsley Court, the subdivision, lots 1 through 12. And at that time, certain variances were needed and granted by the board. But one of the conditions that was attached to the commitments that were recorded had to do with the elevations that Fisher Homes had submitted. And those elevations were referenced in the commitments. Fisher's Homes then comes out of contract and doesn't build any of the houses. And in trying to reconstruct this back then, what I was able to determine is, I think one of the reasons why those elevations were attached is Fisher Homes can build homes up here and they can build homes down here. And it was represented as kind of a quasi-custom development. So the Board of Zoning Appeals said, fine, then those elevations are the elevations you're going to build when we give you the variances that you're requested. Unfortunately for Foresight, Fisher Homes doesn't build any houses. The development's developed. They've already sold. They sold a lot and got a building permit from the town, and that wasn't according to the elevations that Fisher Homes had prepared. It was a custom home. They have another a pending permit for a custom home in the development. In fact, the Johnsons who are here tonight have bought that lot and are waiting approval of that. But the staff, to their credit, took a look at the commitments and said, wait a minute, we can't approve these permits because the conditions that were attached to the commitments said these elevations. And it didn't give town any wiggle room whatsoever in terms of trying to come up with a different elevations, because that was attached to the commitments. It was recorded. It was part of your approval process. So consequently, we're back now asking that those commitments, as it pertains to those elevations, be removed. This will be a custom development. We've attached new elevations for staff to review, along with some other particulars with regard to house sizes and this, that, and the other. At this particular point in time, many of those houses that we have attached showing typical elevations and those types of things came from Holiday Farms. So this is going to be a custom development for sure. This is not going to be a production development. That's the problem we have, and the reason it's time sensitive is that the Johnsons are awaiting a building permit, and the town rightfully cannot issue that permit given the level of these commitments. So in fairness, staff has recommended a continuance of this because the additional elevations that were submitted and the additional information came in fairly late, and they are extremely busy and can't can't be asked rightfully to drop everything to look at a particular docket number when they have so many things, as you could see from tonight's agenda. So that's where we are. Be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for the petitioner's representative? I assume that was not a request for continuance that you just made. It was not. It didn't sound like it, but it sounded like you knew one was.
No, I just try to defer to staff because they work hard, particularly hard on these things.
Okay. No questions. Any remonstrators here speaking for or against this petition? Well, you're welcome to do that. Just please state your name and address for our records, please.
Name is Brenda Johnson. The address we're looking to build in is 11713 Ansley Drive. Currently, we live in Brownsburg, 2460 Odell Street, and we would love to be part of this community. We enjoy modern style homes, and I know that's not what Fisher had, and so we've already been waiting pretty much several months just to be approved so that we can get started and be a part of the Zionsville community.
Thank you, Mrs. Johnson. We'll try not to delay that any more than is needed, but we do recognize staff needs time to review what's been submitted as well. Yes, we have one on the online. Can you patch them through? We can barely hear you, Mr. Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. President and board members. My name is Greg Ellis. I am the property owner at 2841 Doherty Drive, which is probably the closest residence to the subdivision. I initially filed an objection because I didn't see any specifics as far as elevations, and I had concerns about that. I spoke with Mr. Andreoli, and Mr. Green had given me pictures of houses that they wanted to build the style, and I didn't have any objections to those. I think my only request is that if there's going to be modification to the elevations, that if they can't be specific, I've requested there be a specific range rather than it just be open-ended. And that's really all I have.
Understood. Thank you. We did have your initial letter in our packet, Mr. Ellis, but I think glad that some of those concerns have been allayed. So thank you.
Thanks
Thanks for staying up so late.
Sure.
Any others, Mr. Rust? No. Okay. We have a staff report, please.
Yes, I think Mr. Andreoli did a good job of going through the project. Initially, this development standard variance came in 2017 by Fisher Home. There were multiple commitments or conditions in place to increase the lot coverage, to allow for a 42 feet from grade height of the residences. And then lastly, it showed the elevations within the petition. Obviously, the Fisher Home is no longer involved in the property and they're wanting to remove those elevations. Staff recommended that they get us either elevations or some sort of design guidelines with the initial submittal. Unfortunately, we didn't receive those at the initial submittal and received those late, which I think they are in the packet now. It's just staff hasn't had adequate time to review. And that's the reason that we requested the continuance. Happy to answer any questions.
And they are planning on, they will still abide by the first 2 points in the previously approved, only the third point, which were the elevations that would be altered.
Right, just as far as I know, the third point is what they're wanting to remove. It's just the specific elevation.
But still allows for 30% lot coverage. The height could still be up to 42 feet. Any questions for staff?
How do we balance allowing them to go ahead and get their permit and your ability to review this? I mean, I'm not seeing anything in these commitments or in these images that we haven't allowed in 30 other subdivisions in Zionsville. So, I mean, when you look at the number of corners on the facade of the building, the number of windows, the type of foundations, the height of the building, the type of siding, the requirement for masonry and the quantity of masonry. And these are all very consistent with literally probably even above some of the other, relative neighborhoods. And we've got images that would be attached similar to the images that Fisher had. They're in a neighborhood, that are in Holiday Farms, which is one of our nicer neighborhoods. I guess I'm looking at this, trying to figure out how we can get this approved tonight. Nothing stands out to me as an architect that would give me pause in approving this. Mr. Andreoli.
If it makes any difference to you all, that it's rare that we see any kind of an approval with picture elevations attached and say you build this. And I think this was a very unusual situation at the time because it was production builder basically saying they were going to build what amounts to what looks like a custom product.
Yeah, they pulled them out of a catalog.
Yes, and I think the concern was, all right, if you're going to induce us to go ahead and grant this, then we want to make sure the development looks the way it's supposed to look. And unfortunately for Foresight, they went away and their contract went away, and so now they want to build some custom products. One of the things that I did go over with Mr. Green, and he said he was prepared to reduce the height variance back to 35 feet with the exception of lots 10, 11, and 12, because without that product that they were wanting to put on, he can do some custom products, and we'll be able to lessen the variance that was originally granted, which was a height variance for all the lots. We can only need the height variance for 10, 11, and 12 and go back to what your normal house size would be and still keep custom lot. The other thing, he was changing the covenants to 2,200 square foot minimum for ranches, and two-story will be at least 3,000 square feet with a minimum of 1,600 feet on the first level. And then, of course, the interiors are all going to be custom product and this, that, and the other to get the price points the way that they want them. So essentially, this gives you some wiggle room a little bit in terms of reducing what you originally granted. And we're in agreement with that. If you all are in agreement to try to move the thing forward.
I'd have to agree with Mr. Lake. I haven't seen anything in this that would look a lot different, but at the same time, the staff review is not something I do, so.
But I'm trying to understand, are these offered as examples of the types of homes that would be constructed, these that I'm seeing here, the images? Or are these meant to be, these are the homes that you can choose from? For these,
I think they're meant to be character images.
examples of the type
And
of
then
thing.
this document.
What we don't want to do is cookie cutter homes. But Mr. Green went over to Holiday Farms and several other places and said, these are the kinds of custom homes we'd like to see here, and gave a number of pictures regarding those particular elements. It still worries me if he has a custom builder come in and it's a more modern home like the Johnson's home that may not show like what those homes are in Holiday Farms. It'd still be a wonderful home, still be a benefit to the area, still be approved by people who would live there. that may not be able to build it if we get too specific, but these are samples of what he'd like to do from a custom standpoint. He's got people interested in the lots and people interested in building, and his situation is he can't tell them what is approvable until we get these commitments removed or modified in some fashion.
Well, I guess I'm struggling with use of the word custom, because it seems to me once you say custom, then you're talking about each one being distinct and different and based on the desires of the individuals who have contracted for the construction of the house. So
Stonegate is a 100%, well, until they allowed Golden Leaf in, was a 100% custom home neighborhood. And they didn't have elevations that you had to, they had architectural styles that they had noted. And they had requirements for percent of stone, percent of siding, percent of brick, all these requirements. And those inevitably led to kind of the right types of buildings. And you couldn't do a flat roof house in there. They've all got to be pitched roofs with minimum pitches that, as outlined. So I think these were just a way to say, hey, if you're following these guidelines, your homes are probably going to look something like this, for whatever that's worth.
So I guess I think a reaction from staff, if you feel that time is needed to make sure that these are buttoned up. Like Mr. Lake, it would be nice to be able to say, let's get on with it. But I suppose there is some risk too in not having something pinned down, because then you may get a hodgepodge of things that you don't want to be the final product.
I mean, if you absolutely need the time, then I'm fine doing that. I hate that it's going to push potential homes back another month.
Well, and I don't think we necessarily have an issue with what's proposed. We just haven't looked at it. It sounds like Mr. Lake has probably looked at it more in depth and is more knowledgeable than what we've been able to do.
Yeah, but you're looking at it in the context of everything else you're seeing too, which is important.
And I'm not familiar with the processes for previous either approvals for subdivision design standards, and maybe Wayne or Roger can touch on that.
And certainly I'm happy to speak to it. The RSF2 zoning district, this is somewhat atypical to have this level of dialogue specific to architecture at this depth. Certainly the imagery, and I think you think back to Hampshire or other developments where we brought in concept imagery and that was satisfactory. Yes, the town has evolved over time with more sophisticated methodologies. Certainly this development here, the photographs that you're seeing are certainly representative of what the community, I think, expectations would be. Certainly if the interested party, I think Mr. Ellis, if he's still on the line, certainly that is an interested party that has expressed comment. But if there's any additional data for you to gather there, that might be helpful in your determination. But certainly staff, these original topics were generated based upon a variance, which is no longer being utilized in terms of the height. This issue is somewhat non-standard for you to tackle.
Is that a way of saying that you need that time to make sure that we've reviewed this to the point where it comes back and we then go through approval or denial?
I would encourage you to check in with Mr. Ellis, the known person to me only that has approached the town with concerns. We certainly want to work with the neighbors and make sure that is whatever the issues are satisfied. So staff and looking at these images would agree that these are items that you would find that the characteristics are typical of Zionsville, and certainly staff, I'm not aware of any concerns with the imagery as provided.
Is Mr. Ellis still on?
So this document also discusses side yard setbacks. I assume we would not want to supersede anything that's already in that zoning district. Because likely that wasn't covered by any of the variances anyway.
Correct. I don't recall the side yard.
You want to ask Mr. Ellis his thoughts?
Are you there, Mr. Ellis?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Have you been able to follow the conversation that's ensued after you spoke last?
Yeah, and I think Mr. Andreoli's point was Mr. Green had indicated that the height wouldn't be more than 35 feet, except for I think 3 lots. If that's going to be written in there, I'm fine with that. I simply objected because I didn't see any specifics other than they were seeking a modification of the variance without specifics. And I was concerned about an open-ended approval. And if that's in there, I'm fine with what he's doing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ellis.
Thank you.
I do have a question. Chris, now that you raised the point of the side yard setbacks and that they have expanded lot coverage as part of this. So, and I'm not sure, I don't remember now what those are, the side yard setbacks, but since they're covering more of the lot, can we do that? Or do we have something in there now that becomes a bee that can't fly?
Yeah, my challenge is, and this is maybe where more review needs to come in. So we've got a 3-page document that are proposed design guidelines. And the only one in there that gives me pause is just approving a side yard setback that may be in conflict with some other zoning requirement for that type of lot. Because really, if we take a specific image, you're implying that a house has to match one of these images. And I don't think we're trying to do that. These are character images that talk to a style. I feel like this document, the design guidelines, the 3 pages, are representative of requirements that would give you these styles. The only one in there that I just had any concern about was if we were allowing a 5 feet minimum and 10 feet between residences from a side yard setback standpoint. Is there any concern from staff in that R2 with those lot sizes that that's not sufficient enough?
So I just pulled up the setbacks for our SF2. And so I'm not familiar off the top of my head how big the lots are, but from 25,000 square feet to 1 acre, it's an aggregate of 30 and no yard should be less than 12 feet. If it's 15,000 to 25,000, the aggregate is 25 feet, no side yard less than 10 feet. So, I don't know.
Would your client be amenable to striking the setbacks out of that design guideline?
I'm sorry.
Would your client be amenable to striking the side yard setbacks out of this document?
We did not talk about that, and I can't, I'm sorry, I commit to that if I can, but I can't, I don't know enough about it to determine whether, I knew about the height.
Okay.
We talked about that and whether that was really going to be necessary, but not on the side of the setback. Rather setback requirements.
Given that, I would suggest a continuance.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay.
All right. Can we get a motion on that then?
I move that docket number 2022-19-M petition for modification to 2017-11-DSV Development Standards variance to remove the associated elevations from the approved conditions in the urban single-family residential zoning district be continued as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Mrs. Postaway. Need a further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We will see you again next month.
I think cleaning up those design guidelines and making sure staff's okay with them would be preferred. Mr. Andreoli. He's not listening. Hey, Mike.
And
If you can make
Johnson's-
sure you clean up those design guidelines and get those approved by them.
We've known about steps to search for pretty much. So certainly not surprised with us with regard to the steps.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. and Mrs. Johnson will be happy to have you come back.
Right.
Once this is all finalized.
Get it through.
And the last item on the agenda, docket 2022-20-DSV.
Pure patience.
Altum's roadside
Stamina.
stand at 795 South US Highway 421 Zionsville with a petition for a development standard variance. And it looks like you brought help.
I did. I brought the army. President Monday and members of the board, I'm not going to be the only one not to use the word amenable here today. So I appreciate you guys being amenable to staying late and appreciate your patience. My name is Drew Meyerhoff. I'm a partner at Ice Miller, 1 American Square, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46282. I have the privilege of being here representing the petitioner Dana Altum, second generation of Altum's Garden Center, and Kirk Gibson, soon to be, or at some point in time, third generation operator, I think, of Altum's Garden Center. We are here, for those of you who were on the board last August or last summer, you know that there was a temporary petition for a to allow for developmental standard variance for the establishment of a temporary roadside produce stand and some additional structures, the produce stand selling non-agricultural products at the Finley Creek Event Center at the corner of US 421 and Taylor Avenue. We had hoped that by now, the petitioner had hoped that they would have permanent plans already established, approved for the establishment of the permanent center there because of unsuspected cost issues and needing to redo plans. Though the submission of the permanent plans were delayed, they are now before and have been submitted. But in order to sell products during the spring and summer, we need another temporary variance. I want to thank the staff because I think the staff has done a really good job of reciting the issues, the history of the property in their report. And so I don't, unless you have questions, I don't want to go over that knowing the late hour. And so we would hope that you would grant this temporary petition. Again, it's the same petition, basically, or same variances that were requested last summer. And this would just be extending through August 1st of 2022.
Thank you. Yes, there were some of us that heard this the last time, but we have a couple of new members too. So any question for the petitioner's representative? Hearing none. Anyone here to speak on behalf or against this project? No? Anyone online? Can we get the staff report?
Yes, as the petitioner stated, some of you heard this previously last year, to get everyone up to speed. They're requesting to operate temporarily through August 1st to allow sale of non-agricultural items as far as a roadside stand, and then also to allow for more than one structure. Staff was supportive of the previous petition and is supportive of this petition. And as the petitioner stated, we'll probably hear this again soon for the more permanent facility. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff?
Were there any complaints during the time that they were operating?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I know we had one remonstrator last time. Just want to make sure there weren't any issues.
We did adhere to what his request was for the 3 trees.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
He took his sign down too. Okay. There are no further questions. Is there a motion?
I assume we need to tie the date into these motions. It's not currently in the motions.
It's part of,
Unless I'm missing.
of the staff recommendations, which gives. the
Yeah, it's just
date.
not tied into the
time.
motion itself.
Right, yeah. It would be a motion through
Yeah, you can do
August
that.
1st.
Yeah. Okay. I move the docket number 2022-20-DSV Development Standards variance to permit temporary roadside produce stand to sell non-agricultural items at the property located at 795 South US Highway 421 Zionsville until August 1st, 2022 in the Rural General Industrial Zoning District I2 and within the Rural Michigan Road Overlay be approved as filed based on the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted parcel dimensions and related depth to width, site plan and concepts.
Thank you, Mr. Lake.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Pakel. Any further discussion? All
Real
those in
quick.
favor? Yes,
Wait a
Joe.
minute, Do we just make a motion to approve a temporary stand, but no date that it ends?
No, I just said August 1st, 2022 in the motion.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not there in the written, if that's what you're looking at, Larry.
Yeah,
Well,
it's not.
I'm thinking of it in terms of a date.
Oh, yeah.
Should we actually just put it at the end of a season? No.
Yeah, the other, couldn't we just take the date out?
Well, we can't have a temporary permit without a closing date.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then. And the August 1st is for a firm date. I mean, you'll be,
I hope so.
um,
I mean,
And you're-
the biggest concern is that we're able to open the spring so we can generate income so we can proceed forward with development plan.
sure.
So what's the typical date that you guys close up the temporary stand?
Well, we've never had a temporary sign in the spring. We just had one in the fall and then at the Christmas time. August 1 is definitely when sales start to slow down. And then they pick up again in September. But I feel confident that we should be able to get a development plan approval by then. For us to be able to not exceed going down forward, unless there's other things that happen. And that could happen.
Start return.
And
So to speak.
I think it was their suggestion.
Is there a safer date
Yeah.
you'd like?
December 24th.
Yeah, it was just before Christmas, the last.
Yeah, we started from August 1st till December 24th.
Right, right.
So if you want to.
I
I'm
think
fine with-
optimistically, they'll have the plans approved and they'll be able to start by August 1st. No one wanted to be overly greedy, I think, but if you're asking, I think in terms of risk and the safest, going through the December 24th, because they're either going to continue doing it exactly like they're doing it through that season, or the moment that they are allowed to do the permanent, then they'll switch off. So if that would be, if that would be agreeable, or if the board would be amenable to that, then maybe do it on the safer of December 24th.
So I would amend my previous motion to strike the end date of August 1st, 2022 and modify that to December 24th, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Now, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Postawait. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Best of
We
luck.
got
with-
one more.
Yeah, we got to do that.
I
that's
move the
right,
docket
yeah.
number
That's right.
2022-20-DSV Development Standards variance to permit additional structures on the site to support the operations of the temporary roadside stand at the property located at 795 South US Highway 421, Zionsville, in Rural General Industrial Zoning District and within the Rural Michigan Road Overlay, be approved as filed based on the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans and concepts through a date of December 24th, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Lake.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Pakel. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It is approved. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for your patience.
Thanks for your endurance.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hey, Larry, get home safe.
Yeah, hey, y'all drive safe, huh?
I'm gonna come by and blow my horn, Larry.
Careful, you'll violate the noise ordinance.
After 11, no, yeah.
Yeah.
We're amenable.
I think we have no.
I'll just
other-
learn how to pronounce it. That's all I'll do.
So I move to adjourn.
Yes, thank you. There's second.
Second.
All in favor, say
Third.
aye.
Aye.
Meeting is
Aye.
adjourned. Thank you.
Oh, my gosh.